Boxing, in association with Boots Promotions, are proud to present 12 rounds of boxing for the WBA Interim Super Welterweight Championship of the World. And now making his way to the stage, please welcome a gentleman with a professional record of 14 victories, 1 defeat, 10 wins coming by way of knockout. He's a southpaw fighting out of Portland, by way of Rwanda, Angola. Please welcome the reigning IBO Super Welterweight Champion of the World, Uisma coming by way of knockout. Here is the former IBF welterweight champion of the world, proudly fighting out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA, Jaron Ennis. Fighters to the scales. In association with Boots Promotions, live on the zone from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA. Mr. Eddie Hearn of Matchroom Boxing, in association with Boots Promotions, are proud to present 12 rounds of boxing for the WBA Interim Super Welterweight Championship of the World. And now making his way to the stage, please welcome a gentleman with a professional record of 14 victories, 1 defeat, 10 wins coming by way of knockout. He's a southpaw fighting out of Portland, by way of Rwanda, Angola. Please welcome the reigning IBO Super Welterweight Champion of the World, Uisma coming by way of knockout. Here is the former IBF welterweight champion of the world, proudly fighting out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA, Jaron Ennis. Fighters to the scales. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA. Mr. Eddie Hearn of Matchroom Boxing, in association with Boots Promotions, are proud to present 12 rounds of boxing for the WBA Interim Super Welterweight Championship of the World. Now making his way to the stage, please welcome a gentleman with a professional record of 14 victories, 1 defeat, 10 wins coming by way of knockout. He's a southpaw fighting out of Puerto Rico by way of Luanda, Angola. Please welcome the reigning IBO Super Welterweight Champion of the World, Uisma Lima.
Mic check, mic check. What's up, y'all? I am getting the stream together, so just bear with me while you guys are coming in.
His way to the stage, professional record perfect. 34
What's up, everybody? What up, Mr. Quake, Paulo, James, ND, Lord, Sergio, M, Andre, Sosa. What's up, y'all?
Pennsylvania, USA, Jaron Ennis. Fighters to the scales.
What up, Hugo? Yeah, give me a few minutes under this stream going for probably about 5 minutes. So, what up, shots? And where can I watch this for free? I mean, you could Google it. Like, it's out there. I mean, it's not difficult. I just can't provide a link. Distribute it, fight. What up, Andre? What's up, man? Andre White. Yeah, I'm just in a few minutes. We'll get this live commentary watch along. You guys can ask me any question you guys want. Oh, can't hear? Alright. Let me turn this down a little bit. Is that better? Sorry. Alright, is that better? Mic check, mic check. Let me know if that sounds better, shots. Okay, bet. Yeah, what I was saying is, you know, I can't obviously give a link, you know what I mean? So I was pretty much just saying, like, it's out there. It's not that hard if you look. What up, Lewis? Chet? What up, Chet Collins? You smell an upset tonight. I don't know about that, but I do feel that Lima could potentially make the fight maybe not so pretty, but what up, Temp? I'm just letting the stream starting go for about maybe 4 more minutes before I start the stream. Just waiting for everybody to come in. Did Fedor and Thurman really get canceled for low? Nah, not for low tickets. Apparently Fedor had an injury, so pretty much we were supposed to have, you know, like those PBC Zoom press conferences. We were supposed to get one, but they canceled it, right? So I was kind of like, that's weird. And the following day, sure enough, the news came out, so it makes sense. Who do you got in the Goodall fight? I'll be honest with you. Goodall is a solid opponent for anybody, but I really can't really say I know too much of his opponent, right? I mean, if I look at it, James Wilkins, I mean, he's a 13-3 guy. I mean, not James Wilkins, I'm tripping. That's the Giorgio fight. Where is it? Alexis Brera. So he's obviously being built up as like the A side of this, right? He's like the #1 Canadian heavyweight. I have not really seen him fight. He's mostly fights out in Montreal. Maybe he's been on an undercard or two that maybe I might have peeped, but I can't really say I know too much about him. Now Guido is a well-rounded heavyweight to give anyone a problem. I know he has 3 losses, but honestly, if you're not really of that upper top 10 heavyweight, then he's gonna beat you. So, all right, 2 more minutes. I'll start the live chat. Who got the link? Give me a hint. Dermo was gonna lose anyways. Possibly, man. I mean, it was a tough fight. That's a tough fight for Thurman. I'm not gonna lie. I've kind of learned not to pick against Fedor, especially after those Tim Tszyu fights. I'm assuming a lot of the people that's coming in here is from... Oh, you have a draw? It would be a draw, Mike Jones? I don't know. That'd be crazy. I feel like a lot of people that's coming in here today just assuming is backing Lima. I'm assuming you guys are from Portugal, right? Or Angola? One of the two. Are you guys from Angola or Portugal? If you guys can tell me where you guys are from, because I'm not familiar with this language that's coming in. And usually when a language comes in I'm not familiar with, it's probably because of the opponent. What's the new links for the fight? I don't know, man. I've heard they've been shutting a lot of that stuff down. Miami 305. Fedor just too big. Spence even ducked. Yeah. Mike Jones, nothing like a draw. Dude, if a draw happens. Portugal? Okay. So are a lot of you guys coming here for Lima? You guys back in Lima? Because I'll be honest with you, I didn't really know who Lima was, but then I went and looked at his only loss, and he fought Aaron McKenna, which was a great opponent. I heard he took the fight like on a week notice, and he actually gave a pretty good performance, even though he lost. Pretty convincing loss, but for 7-day notice, fighting Aaron McKenna is a really good up-and-coming contender out from Ireland. So that's not a bad loss at all. And this hasn't fought anyone he can beat. You live in Dallas from Los Angeles. That's what's up. That's what's up, One-on-One Fitness. Yeah, the fight's going to be on the DAZN app. So if you guys aren't... Yeah, DAZN app. Alright, let me see if this thing started already on my end. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, cool. Looks like they're starting the broadcast. Portugal and Angola, bro. Oh, you're both? Damn. So you full representing... Definitely repping Lima. All right, cool, perfect. All right, I think we rallied up the crew. I know some of you guys might bounce after you kind of still looking for the link. So let me get this started real quick. All right, boom, boom, boom. Let me drop this over. All right, y'all. Check it out, y'all. This is your boy Ron Goodall over here at FightHype.com. Just to kind of do a quick introduction for a lot of you guys who are probably out there looking for a fight link. This is going to be a live watch party, like a live commentary, a watch along. So the premise of it is that I will be giving my honest commentary opinion of the fight, in addition, insight, knowledge of the things that I know. I cover boxing for a living about 10 years now. So with that, I've covered Boots. I've covered him. I went to his gym. I've seen him train. I've seen all that stuff. Literally actually was just around his gym about 2 months ago. So I cover boxing professionally. I go out to all the events and things like that. So I haven't done this for a while for some of the guys who usually come to these streams. because I've been on the road. I've been at the Crawford Canelo fight. I've been at the parade for Crawford. I'm getting ready for the Jake Paul and Tank exhibition, and then I will be going to the Lamont Roach and Pitbull fight. So to clarify, there will not be officially live footage streams. Now, occasionally I will be able to do like a screenshot, all right? And what I mean a screenshot is pretty much I'll get a still, all right? I'll get a still of the, let me see, boom, boom, camera frame, my camera, boom. I'll get a still of the stream. So in case like someone got knocked down, I could probably show like a picture of something that's going on. But other than that, I won't actually have the legal rights and the legal ability because of copyrights, right? They'll strike us, they'll give us all that type of stuff. So the point of this is to give my honest live commentary round by round, right? I'll have like a fight clock that appears right here. You can see. I'll actually, to the side. It will have the person who's fighting, the round it's in, and pretty much that whole entire gambit. At the same time, if you have the fight and you're actually able to watch it, then it's pretty much like a watch companion, all right? So this is my very, very honest introduction so that you guys don't feel like I am baiting you in any sense, because I'm not. I'm not able to do any of that. So, but at the same time, you guys are able to comment. I'll put up your chat up here. These preliminary fights are getting to be clown shows for the people behind the shit. They don't add and never fought in boxing match. Crazy, right? Yeah, I mean, are you talking about like the prospects? The preliminary fights are getting to be clown shows for people behind this shit that don't and never fought in no boxing match. Crazy, right? I guess I don't really understand, G Daddy. Like, you're saying like the fights were bad, or the people that put them on? Oh man, said Frosty, go. Let's see. Yeah, we understand. So that, and I only say that, Frank, I appreciate you for understanding. I only say that because there's going to be a consistency of people coming in wanting me to play it, which by any chance, if I do, I would, but I can't. The zone is not going to allow it in any sense or any shape or form. So, but at the same time, if you do have it and you do have questions, right, by all means, I'll be more than happy to tell you. From what I know of, of the undercard, even like some of the undercards, I've seen some of these guys train, work up close, and pretty much I think there is some interesting fights for the hardcore fans. The Tamir Smalls fight is a pretty good one. My man A came in here violent. He said, "Shut up and put that shit to work." Hey, I just explained, my guy. There's no way, Frosty, I won't be. So I definitely understand a lot of you guys won't be able to see it from the countries, it sounds like, out in Portugal or wherever you guys are at. And like I said, the whole premise of them trying to have you pay for the subscription to watch it is so that they can make money. Me showing it takes away from that concept, right? So how much for you to show the fight? I mean, look, if you're willing to pay me a couple $1 million to fight the court fees that they would actually, come at me for distributing the fight, yeah, we understand. All right, cool. So, but what I'll be able to do, the main card did not start already. What I'll be able to do is, like I said, I'll have the people who's fighting, the clock, the timer, everything like that. Sean Diaz versus Dennis Thompson prediction. Here, let me pull up some quick. Give me 1 second. Let me get my get this real quick. All right, so I do know there's 2 fighters on this card that's definitely going to be Jaron Ennis promoted fighters. So not just the fact that Jaron Ennis will be fighting, but he'll also have some of his up-and-coming prospects, right? So from my understanding, Tamir Smalls is going to be in a pretty solid fight because Jose Roman Vasquez is the guy that just beat Jalil Hackett. And for Dennis Thompson, who's also a Philly fighter, he's going to be taking on a 9-0 Sean Diaz. Shit. All right, I just lost stream for a second. All right, my bad. They're not going to put Dennis Thompson in a fight where he's going to lose, right? This is a Boots promotion card with Matchroom. So Dennis Thompson is going to be the safe bet Really don't know too much of his opponent outside the fact that he's a pressure fighter and has only 2 knockouts out of 9 fights. So I think it's a safe fight for Dennis Thompson. So I think that's probably what I'm going to go with. He said all the streams are blocked. Like, they blocked it in your country? Like, what is the... Like, even the illegal streams, like, blocked it? Like, what's going on with the fights in Portugal? The main card will be starting, so there's going to be 4 fights in total. So I'll show you guys the lineup right now. So if you guys are, like, driving home or trying to figure out how to catch the fight, this is going to be a screenshot of the main card. We just got done with the prelims. Dennis Thompson and Sean Diaz will be the first one. It'll be a 6-round fight. We got 2 10-rounders, Tamir Smalls, Jose Ramon, and Alexis, I don't even know how to say his name, and Guido Villanello. And then we got the main event, Jaron Ennis versus Uisma Lima. So not a lot on this card, not a lot of meat, so it should be a relatively easy, fast card, especially if we get like a knockout or 2. But other than that, 3 fights before the main event, smooth sailing. Shouldn't be too complicated from that point. I don't think Turkey involved in this fight, and I hope the PBC ain't got their mints on the outcome of these kids' careers. Not only the A side have families to worry about. Just saying. Yeah, Turkey is not in any affiliation of this. This is strictly Matchroom with a couple, you know, Jaron Ennis fighters. I mean, to really give him credit, on the main card, 2 of his fighters will be on it, and that's Dennis Thompson, Tamir Smalls. So if they both win their fight, especially Tamir Smalls, I mean, we're looking at a potential couple new guys entering the top, you know, probably, especially Tamir Smalls, like maybe the top 50 if he's not already, into the welterweight division. So Tamir Smalls has sparred Jaron Ennis multiple times. I mean, it's pretty much one of his main sparring partners. They both train in the same gym. So don't be surprised if Tamir Smalls has a really good performance today. But he's going to be taking on a pretty tough opponent. Jose Ramon just beat Jalil Hackett. So you never know. My man says we want to see the stream. Yeah, I can't show the stream. Like I said, illegal. But I'll be able to give you guys, yeah, PBC definitely has nothing to do with this card. This is all Matchroom, just Matchroom and Boots promotion. So cool. Let me get back to the live stream right now. Right now, they're going to get ready to get Dennis Thompson, Sean Diaz in the card. Like I said, 3 cards before the main event. Ohio Funketeer, what's up, my guy? DAZN needs to come up with more creative ideas, like show some footage of older fights when they don't have live cards. People don't want to subscribe and watch wasted airtime. I mean, where would you want them to place it? Like, would you want them to place it? Because me personally, Ohio, I want them just to move the card quickly. Like, if we're on the main card, just get it going. Just fight after fight after fight. Don't really give us a lot of fluff. Don't really give us a lot of filler. Just get us straight into the meat and potatoes. Because a lot of people have jobs. A lot of people can't stay up late. What up, Cool Q? What's up, man? You can watch the fight on DAZN. So I think it's just, if you move the card fast, that's a little odd. I'm getting some stream cuts. So every once in a while, if it does it, just bear with me. All right, I think we're back. All right, cool. All right, I think I'm back. All right, my bad, y'all. Seems like every once in a while, I think I have like a random disconnect. I don't know if that's my OBS. I don't know if that's my internet. So is Boots fight? Yeah, Boots is fighting tonight. We got 3 fights before the main event. What up, Jorge? Some people don't understand that DAZN isn't just boxing. They get DAZN and Matchroom mixed up. That's fair. I mean, at the end of the day, I think where the state of boxing is, like, they don't really have a very super mainstream appeal right now. So we're kind of at a state where we're kind of trying to build the sport back up. Everything is extremely confusing with all these apps and fighters fighting on all different type of networks. We really still don't have like a mainstream, like a couple mainstream American stars. Crawford beating Canelo has elevated himself big time. But outside of that, it's really hard to say between Crawford and Tank. I mean, outside of Crawford and Tank and a Jake Paul, that is really not a lot of mainstream American boxing stars. And obviously boxing across the countries out there. So, but thanks, bro. That's what's up. I agree on fight nights with that philosophy. I'm talking about times when no live events are scheduled would boost their ratings and subscription. Oh, like just kind of yeah. I think what Ohio. I think they should have more live, just like live content and other content. Like they need to be creative. I agree, because like with Max Kellerman coming back, you should be able to have like watch-alongs or watch old fights with Max Kellerman and watch old fights with other fighters, and just in general, just be more creative. So if that's what you're talking about, I agree 100%, without a doubt. I bet you more than half the people who picked Usman to beat Ennis do not know who Usman was until this fight. That's fair. I mean, look, I'll be honest. I don't see Jaron Ennis losing this fight, but it is boxing. I think from the footage that I've seen of Lima is that he's a very tough, durable guy. He's big, he's strong. May not have the technical aspects of being able to maybe outbox Boots, but he's strong, he's physical. And if he can land something, you never know what can happen. But I just don't see Jaron Ennis losing this fight. This fight, if you're coming in here as a Lima fan, that's fair. I respect it. If you're representing Portugal, your people, I respect that. But this fight is purely designed for Jaron Ennis to come into this weight so that he can kind of get acclimated, feel comfortable, and not really feel like he's going straight into a tough fight in a new weight class without actually testing the waters. So, in my personal opinion, I think it's an introduction, and then he's going to go straight into more likely a Virgil Ortiz fight is what I've got. So, Dennis Thompson and Sean Diaz just started, so I started a clock. So just kind of explaining how this works, you can see I have the live clock, the round, and how many rounds in that fight. So 1 out of 6. And then I'll pretty much do a small breakdown. It's going to be more detailed and more descriptive based on, you know, the more important fights coming up. But Dennis Thompson right now was pushed on the ropes from Sean Diaz. Dennis Thompson and Diaz are brawling in the middle of the ring right now. But both these guys are undefeated. Dennis Thompson is definitely going to be the guy who's probably going to be favored because he's Jaron Ennis' fighter. But on paper, this looks like a 50-50 fight. You know, I wouldn't say Dennis Thompson's done anything to deserve me to say, all right, you got to watch out for him. He's definitely in a spot where he's trying to put himself on. And I've never really seen the Sean Diaz guy too much, minus some of the footage just that I peeped a little bit. But Sean Diaz looks like he's game, though. This definitely looks like a 50-50 fight. Sean Diaz is doing some showboating. This is not the co-main. This is the first fight of 4. To be honest, I'm actually really interested in the next fight. The next fight really interests me, so. The Tamir Smalls fight. They exchange hooks. And they clinch. Damn, there is this crazy fucking... I gotta get this chat under control. Give me 1 second. Is this man just typing in Google? Hold on. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of these bots. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second, y'all. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me get these bots out of here. All right. Let me know if this has actually calmed it down. All right. right, cool. It looks like I tamed the bots. All right, cool. Them bots was getting out of control right there, man. Yeah. What happens is they come in here and they spam a whole bunch of symbols and words. So I just have to take whatever they're spamming and put it into the block list for a little bit. Yeah, right? Yeah. So whatever the word is or whatever the icon they spam, if I put it into the thing, it immediately, like you saw, just evaporated them. So at any moment, prepare for another storm like that. And I have to just copy it and post it in the block, and then it's good. So I appreciate you guys bearing with that. Yeah, it's a lot better. But outside of that, y'all, while I've kind of, I think I explained the rules of tonight, I really want to just kind of just recap a little bit of some of the crazy stuff throughout this time, man. Like the Crawford and Canelo stuff, man, that stuff was crazy. Now we got the Jake Paul and Tank, Lamont Roach and Pitbull. I mean, boxing, and even Fedora and Thurman, like that's just a very unfortunate thing. You know, I think we're winding down at the end of the year with a pretty interesting kind of set of fights that will be able to determine where we'll be at next year. You know, we got the November 22nd with David Benavidez, Abdullah. Oh, good hook. These guys exchange hooks again. Diaz is definitely landing some good shots on Thompson. And Thompson is, like I said, is the Jaron Ennis promoted fighter who is on this card for the benefit of getting more attention for fighting on a Jaron Ennis card. So it's in Philly. He's a Philly fighter. You cannot lose to a guy like this, you know. But I assume this is his first step up. 9-0 guy. They exchange hooks. Diaz beats Thompson to the punch again. And Tamir Smalls also will be in a tough fight coming up. So this might be a fight where if Thompson does not get himself together, he could probably get hurt. Even though this guy only has 2 knockouts, he's landing some good hooks on him. The bots are back. What is it? The word calm? Oh my God. They are back. Hold on. Let me. Jesus, dude. They just make all these live stream chats just a headache, man. All right. I threw that in there. Sean Diaz is showboating on Dennis Thompson, so he's tapping his forearm. But he can't showboat too much because Dennis Thompson definitely can land a good shot. Yeah, I mean, the chats, Mr. Blonde, the chat's here for Lima, man. They came from Portugal. They came in to support Jaron Ennis' opponent. Maybe smoke some weed and chill out. Yeah, this is about to be a very foreign chat today, man. But yeah, that's what the chat, man. They came in, yo, they all coming against Jaron Ennis tonight, man. You know what's crazy? I don't even really see that. I don't even know why the hate on Jaron Ennis is so strong right now. Dennis Thompson landed a good shot on Sean Diaz. Like, it reminds me when Floyd retired, it just left the welterweight and left boxing at a point where, all right, Keith Thurman didn't get Floyd, Danny Garcia didn't get Floyd. Like, those guys have to fight each other. So because of it, I think Jaron Ennis will be like the Thurman and Vergil Ortiz is like the Danny Garcia. Not saying who's going to win or the outcome, but simply because the fact that, you know, like, I don't think these guys are going to be able to fight Crawford. I don't think Boots and Vergil is going to end up getting the Crawford fight. So they have to face each other to really determine who's going to be like the next guy, right? You got Lima. So for everyone that's coming here picking Lima, like what is the reason why? You think it's just because he's just this big, strong, physical guy? Yep. I see more stuff I gotta block. Oh man, dude, this is gonna be work tonight. Lima Isbell. Diaz is too much showboating. He is, and I think he's gonna end up losing this fight because of it. You know, all the showboating is cute. It's kind of a way to kind of compensate for a little bit, but outside of it, he definitely needs to land his punches on his opponent. I don't know if he's trying to hype himself up. All right, I got some more shit. Yeah, I think I got Diaz losing, but let's see. Next round. All right, reset. Let me get this out. Why can't I show the fight? Because we'll get a copyright strike. Dennis jump on him early, round third. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, if Sean Diaz doesn't really actually do something besides just winging one shot, showboating, because remember, this is Dennis Thompson's house. This is in Philly. He's a Jaron Ennis fighter. They want him to win. They want him to have a step-up fight against a guy that's undefeated, but regardless, even if it's close, they're probably going to give it to Thompson. So you got that. You got to really win this fight. You really have to, because you're going against all odds in this situation. So, all right, I need to block this boxing FTV shit. Boxing FTV. Can I get this to stop? They are still coming in. Okay. Why can I not get this to stop showing up? Hold comments. These on some bullshit. At the rate that this is going, if he does, he is, yo, he just raises his hand like after every punch. He is literally raising his hand. Like he's fighting like this is the 12th round. He's fighting like this is the 12th round. He's fighting like this is the 12th round. And he just won 11 rounds straight. Every punch he throws, he just puts his hands up in the sky. Yeah, you can see it on DAZN. He's using all this energy to showboat. I mean, right now, I feel like, oh, good lead left hook by Dennis. And another lead left hook by Dennis. At this point, man, Dennis is the one that's actually landing the shots. We got 3 more fights, or 2 more fights after this one. Then we got the Jaron Ennis fight, so. I'm just trying to figure out how to get some of these damn bots to stop. Why can I not get this? Is it because I hit a limit? I thought I put it in, right? Let's see. Boxing TVs. All right. Maybe that stops that. His ass going to be better if he keeps it up. Especially with that lead left hook, man. What up, great? Shout out to Steven Copeland. What is SYSBM? Is this Prince Nassim too? Nah, man. I don't even know what this is. You know what? To be honest, I expected him to be like going after Dennis Thompson, but he's on his back foot, jumping around, having a good time. It would be cool to add weight and record to your graphic. You know, I could probably do that coming forward. Shit, I didn't even start my clock. I'm so distracted by these bots. I'm trying to cut this. Boxing FTV. How do I get this shit? These dudes are getting creative, man. Do I have to like literally put the phrase with the weird squiggles? I gotta get this shit to stop, man. This shit's driving me insane. I'm sure. I appreciate you guys being patient when these bots are just... Every time there's a big fight night, this shit always comes. Yeah, I try to find a site for the fight. Generally can't find one. Bro, but so Ohio, this is how they do it. It's not that there's one bot that spams. There's literally a new bot that does it. Like, there's probably 30 of them that pop in, and there's just so many of them that just spam the chat. What up, After? You think Boots will fight Ortiz? From what I got a phone call probably like 3-4 months ago. They were like, "Yo, Ron, would you ever consider going out to Vegas to see Jaron Ennis?" I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, depends on what fight it would be. What fight are we talking about?" He said it was Virgil Ortiz. Like, that's gonna be like early springtime next year. So from what I've heard from then, and then there was some news that kind of came out saying that they signed for it. It matches exactly what I was told 3 months ago. So from what it sounds like, it's been very consistent. However, I haven't heard anything from the Virgil Ortiz side. I've heard a lot of stuff from, from the other side. So, but I do think that fight will happen, and I think it needs to happen. I think both guys are for it. And I think it'll be a huge fight in Vegas, especially considering the fact that if Canelo doesn't fight on Cinco de Mayo in Vegas. Oh, Dennis Thompson is piecing up Diaz. Oh, he's piecing up Diaz. Oh, Dennis Thompson is piecing up Diaz. All that. Oh, good right hand from Dennis. Diaz is getting caught. Diaz is not going down. How is he standing? Yeah, Diaz is tired. I think Diaz is bleeding out his mouth. I can't tell if that's his red mouth guard. All right, my clock. I started my clock late. So we're going in the 5th round right now. Yeah, Diaz is fighting, then Tamir Smalls, and then we got the heavyweight for the co-main and then the main event. So, man, Lima got a lot of support in here, man. They're like roaches once they spread like fire. Yeah, so even if there was like a mod, like that person has to shoot every single one. Watch, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna shoot one. Let's see what type of damage we get. All right, see, it didn't really do much. Let me shoot another one right now. I'm gonna start showing you, like, I'm gonna start shooting some of these. I'm gonna start shooting some of these guys. I'm gonna start getting some of these guys out. All right. Let me start the clock. All right. I think I'm getting some of these guys out. Cool. All right. I think I slowed down the bots a little bit. All right. So we're in the 5th round. Dennis Thompson starting to put more pressure on Sean. I think he feels like he can probably get him out. At least hurt him, maybe knock him down. Diaz is tying him up. Yeah, Thompson for sure is going to win. That raid ain't working on the Roshan bots. Yo, well, Vodka 40, what's going on, man? You've been doing some solid work. I appreciate it, man. I haven't done a live for a minute because I've been on the road. I've been in Omaha. I've been in Vegas. I got to go out to Miami. Then I have to go out to Texas for, damn, here comes these damn bots again. For the Pitbull fight. So I really appreciate you, man. I'm just grinding a little bit. Boxing seems a little bit slow right now, but I have a Lamont Roach Jr. Sit down. It's about almost 20 minutes. That's going to be dropping soon. So I appreciate you, Wovaka. Let me try to get this damn bots out. I appreciate it, man. I mean, look, I'm always down for feedback. You're an honest guy, so anytime there's something I could work on, please let me know. Please let me know. I will try my best to improve on them. You know what I mean? I will try my best to improve on them. But I always appreciate your honesty. And I always appreciate the fact that we can disagree peacefully. You know what I mean? Yeah, Sean Diaz is getting cooked, man. We got one more round before we get into the next fight. Attorney Bailey, man, it's been a long time. What's going on, man? Doing big things? Nah, man, I'm just doing my job, man. I'm just doing my job. I'm just maybe in the right time, right place here and there. Maybe at the right fights, but not doing anything crazy, man. How you been, man? It's been a minute. I've been on the road for a little bit, so I haven't been able to do these lives. Roach versus Pitbull is going to be a good scrap. Yo, I'm really looking forward to that fight. Stylistically, like, Pitbull is always going to make a good fight. And I think Lamont Roach is a combination of boxing and banging. So I think we're going to see moments where Lamont's going to be, like, in the mix, like in the pocket, just banging with him. But then I think he'll be on the outside using his intelligence and boxing him. But there's going to be moments where Lamont's going to have to fight Pitbull. So what's your thoughts on Pitbull and Roach? Who do I have Lamont Roach. I have Lamont Roach. I literally just saw Lamont Roach training, like, what did I say, Saturday? Thursday, 2 days ago. I went out to D.C. and I saw, good lead hook from Dennis. This fight is definitely Dennis Thompson. There's really no point of commentating unless Sean Diaz does something dramatic. But I just saw Lamont Roach. And I'll be honest with you, dude. He looks strong. Like, he looks strong. He looks in great shape. Pitbull is going to really have to be on point. Because by the sounds of it, you know, I don't think Lamont is just talking shit when he's saying, like, he thinks he can knock him out, right? I'm not saying he can because no one has knocked him out. Or, I mean, I'm not saying he's going to. But do I think he has the ability to? I mean, I think he's putting on the weight pretty well. I think they leaked out. They put some footage out showing his legs. I mean, his legs looks solid. And my honest opinion, from a technical aspect, I think Lamont Roach is just a more technical fighter. You just saw him actually rock Gervonta Tank Davis. So I really honestly think Lamont Roach is going to win this fight. Not saying a knockout, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did. So, but I haven't seen Pitbull. You know, I to be fair, I haven't saw Pitbull train. I haven't seen how he looked. I didn't go to the press conference. There was someone that went there for us, but I will be able to determine that when I go to fight week. But, you know, I can't really say from an honest stance that I have I don't know what's going on with Pitbull right now, right? I just know I haven't really liked how he looked in the last couple fights, and then Lamont Roach has been looking better and better every fight. So I think it's hard to beat Lamont Roach. How many fights left for Boots? After this fight, we have two more fights. So I'm just hoping for continued success for you. Hey, yo, I appreciate that, man. I really appreciate the support, man. And to be honest, without you guys watching the interviews, I wouldn't, you know, obviously be here. So every time you guys take a chance on me and watch one of the interviews, regardless of who the person is or how silly the headline is, I appreciate you guys. Took a point from Diaz. Oh, they took a point? Yeah, I wasn't even seeing that, Pops. At this point, Diaz is going to need a knockout, and I just don't see it. I think Dennis Thompson is just in full control. Diaz was doing all that showboating. And you got to outbox Pitbull. Yeah, Roach might go down if he fights too forward. Yeah, I don't think he's going to fight stupid, though, Shots. I think he's going to do a mixture of both. I think you have a great point. I mean, you got to outbox Pitbull. But I think you also have to get your respect, you know. And I think everyone who's gotten Pitbull's respect, I mean, Ryo has power. Tank has power. Rolly had power. And I think Lamont Roach has underrated power. You know, Tank said it before the fight that he has sneaky power. You know what I mean? It's not so sneaky now. And I think Pitbull knows that. So you got Roach 8-4. I can respect that. 8-4, maybe 9-3. Watching you grow, been a great ride. Yo, I appreciate it. You know, I am going to be in a couple camps coming up. or a couple fighters camps coming up where I'm really excited because I think with this new change in boxing with Crawford slowly leaving, Canelo's probably going to be leaving, all these faces that we're so familiar with for like the last 10 years, we're really going to be introduced to a whole bunch of new guys. So I've been going to Scooter Davis's camp. I'm going to go to Abdullah Mason. You know, there's a lot of these type of guys that I'm looking forward to covering from an early point to really see where these guys will be in the next 10 years. So it's definitely going to be a whole new ride because a lot of these guys are going to be out. Oh, they are exchanging hooks and Dennis is catching each hook. This is a Dennis Thompson fight. I don't even... Oh! Yeah. You can't see on boxing TV because they're scams. Those are scam bots. Don't listen to the scam bots, man. Don't listen to this anything the bots put in here, man. Don't go to it. Don't trust them. Gary versus Andy Hiroka. Who you got? Yo, I need to hit up Gary Antoine. Actually, Ryan. I saw him I think maybe like a month and a half ago. And I'm supposed to go into his camp. So I think that's a really, really good fight. I think Gary Antoine has been on a tear on, oh my God, these boxing FTVs. Hold on. Give me a second, y'all. Let me get this shit to stop again in the chat. Hold on. Bam. Yeah, I think could stop that. All right. Let me see if I can stop that. Oh boy. Let me see. Can I stop some of this bleeding? All right. Let me multitask. Knock this out while I was saying. Gary Antoine and Andy Hiroka is a really great fight, to be honest. I think Andy Hiroka is an extremely dangerous opponent for Gary Antoine. He's a fighter out in Japan. He's been performing extremely well. I believe he fought Old Man Barroso, the one that everyone clowns Rolly for. And he's a problem. I think Gary Antoine definitely is going to be the favorite because he's been in more consistent, tougher fights. I mean, dude, he just fought Rayo Venezuela, Alberto Puello, Victor Postal. I mean, the list goes on. Barthélemy. Gary Antoine is definitely a guy. When I mean been on a tear, he's been on a tear. What up, Raphael 32? When I mean on a tear is like he's going through all really, like he's going against really good 140 pounders, in my personal opinion. He's going through the guys that will essentially show how great he is. Now, is he dominating and knocking everybody out? I mean, he didn't knock Alberto Puello. The Victor Postal and Barthélemy knockout was kind of questionable. But you got to respect, he still fought these type of guys. He's been running through a pretty solid 140. He's starting to have a really solid 140 resume. And Andy Hiroka is going to be a guy, in my personal opinion, is a good mandatory defense. So has he been decisively destroying all these guys? No, because he lost to Alberto Puello. But the Rayo Venezuela fight, he dominated. I think if he did an Alberto Puello rematch, he would have a lot more success. And honestly, you know, outside of being able to fight like a Teofimo Lopez or how would I say? Outside of Teofimo Lopez, maybe, and Alberto Puello, I mean, I think the Matias fight's a good fight too. I think those are the only three that really will be able to determine like who's the best in the division. So, and Richardson Hitchens, right? Did someone just give Diaz the fight? One of the judges just gave Diaz the fight? In your opinion, was Rolly being genuine in recent interview? Yes. Rolly was definitely being genuine in that interview. I mean, I don't really want to, like, because I've talked to Rolly. Let's put it this way. I've talked to Rolly since the Ryan Garcia fight. And that was Rolly being extremely, like, genuine. Like, that is definitely Rolly 100%. Like, this is not an act. He's not portraying to be something that he's, like, it's not a gimmick. He's not trying to put on some sort of Christian some Christian acts. That's literally Rolly. Like, that was a very genuine Rolly interview that Ben did. Like, that is, if you walked up to Rolly and talked to him, I promise you, if you walked up to Rolly right now, if you see him, Rolly would be a very cool, calm, collective, chill guy, just like those recent interviews. He might laugh, make a couple jokes, but yes, that is definitely him being genuine. Best he's ever looked in the ring, in my opinion, against Ryo. He looked really polished, and the ring generalship was on point. Yeah, I mean, he definitely, I feel like, woke up from the Alberto Puello fight, because you can see how much he felt like he fought with overconfidence, took him for granted, and went back with that loss with a chip on his shoulder. And I think, ironically, when Ryo Venezuela beat Pitbull, he kind of inherited that, you know, I'm bigger and better than what people expect out of me. You know, I'm that guy. And I think he came in the fight overconfident, while Gary learned from his previous fight not to be as confident and kind of really humble himself. I think that's why you saw that fight turn into the way that you did. Not taking away anything from Gary Russell, but I did feel like when I was at that fight and I talked to Ryo, that he was very overconfident. Like, he was definitely overlooking Gary Antoine, in my personal opinion. So, and a lot of people was complaining that Gary immediately went from a championship fight to another championship fight. The person who won that fight was Dennis Thompson. So we'll be going to the next fight, Tamir Smalls versus Jose Ramon. But to be honest, I really think that Gary Antoine definitely had a big learning experience from that Alberto Puello fight. And if he fights him again, I wouldn't be surprised if he was able to edge and win that fight. But Alberto Puello has shown that he has good boxing ability. He doesn't fold underneath pressure. I did think he did beat Matias, but it was a very close fight, and I wasn't too mad that Matias won. But at the end of the day, I think that Gary Antoine's in a way better spot now than he was before. So, yeah, Ryo was for sure overconfident. From all the times of me talking to him and all the interviews that was going on, he just didn't really give me like that feeling like he was taking Gary serious. All right, hold on. Let me fix my clock real quick. And let me fix these rounds. 1, and let me add. It's a 10-round fight. All right. Pitbull for sure. Is that who you guys got? You got Pitbull. Who you got, Roach or Pitbull? I don't know if you... Yeah, I got Lamont Roach. I just think he has way more abilities. I think he can box. I think he can bang. I think we have already seen Pitbull lose based off boxing. And if you have respectful power, which I think Lamont does, and decent enough boxing, and not afraid to mix it up. And obviously Roach showed he had a chin, because to be honest, Roach was getting tagged by a couple good tank shots. He either rode with it, saw it, in addition to it, ate some. He ate a shot and gave a shot and actually kind of buckled Tank. So to be honest with you, I really think that Lamont Roach is peaking right now. And I literally just told Lamont that this week, that I was like, I think you're in your prime. I think after the Rene Alvarado fight and then Hector Garcia and then the Tank, like you're starting to see in when he fought the Irish guy, you're really seeing him start to accelerate, you know. And I know people look at the Jamel Herring fight. He told me that he underestimated Jamel Herring. So just like how we just talked about Gary Antoine Russell, where in my opinion he underestimated Alberto Puello and kind of came with overconfident. That's what Lamont told me. And it's not even, and once again, Jamel Herring is awkward. He was a champion for a reason, regardless of what people think. He was trained and had a great corner of Bomac and Red and Esau, which we saw that they have great game plan and great coaching methods, because I've seen it up close with Terrence, with Keyshawn. I even seen him train Jamel Herring for Shakur. Obviously, Shakur was definitely the favorite, and that was definitely an uphill battle. But regardless, at the end of the day, Lamont Roach has definitely made sure he has accelerated beyond what people thought of him. On top of it, to add more context, he also was brought in. Shakur asked, from my understanding, not Jamel Herring, Lamont Roach, I need better sparring. And this was during the Oscar Valdez fight. Like, I'm going to need better sparring because I don't really have what I need to prepare myself for Oscar Valdez. Not saying that Shakur was saying that, like, I won't win, I'm nervous, but he didn't feel like he had quality sparring. And so for that, I believe Lamont Roach Jr. was brought in. And actually, maybe it was the secret weapon for Shakur to be able to beat Oscar Valdez as dominant as he was. So Lamont Roach, and that's why Shakur Stevenson was more likely saying that's why he thought Tank and Lamont was a 50-50 fight, because he's been in the ring with them multiple times. So I believe from the cosigns, the performances, and even the momentum he's going, I think, and he's also going to be the bigger man than Pitbull. So by all means, everything is going against Pitbull in that fight. So, and Pitbull hasn't been looking great in his last couple fights, and I don't even think 140 suits him well. So Richardson Hitchens does not want that Gary Antoine smoke. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really seem like he's running to Gary Antoine Russell, but I do know Gary Antoine had this Andy Hiroko fight lined up. So not to really give Richardson Hitchens a lot of headache, because Gary had this mandatory he had to do, so it didn't look like that fight was going to be made, at least right away. But Richardson Hitchens has lost to Gary Antoine, I think, like 3 times in amateurs, so you never know. He might be right. So, let me see. I'm sorry about my Portugal people. I just can't really understand what it's saying. Gary Antoine walked through Ryo punches. That surprised me. I'll take Gary Antoine over damn near anybody in the division. I mean, it's kind of a division where I feel like any guy can beat almost anyone, sort of, because we've already seen Gary get outboxed. Richardson Hitchens is a good boxer, but we've also seen Richardson Hitchens struggle with pressure. Teofimo Lopez does really well with pressure fighters, but when he has to be the pressure fighter, he hasn't really looked that great. And then Matias, he's a pressure fighter too. He killed the Ukrainian Dadashev in the ring. I was at that fight. So I think that division's still wide open, personally. But I think if people feel like Gary's like the top guy just based off styles, I wouldn't be mad at that. Jake Paul Tank is going the distance. Probably. I think Tank is probably going to be like running and moving. And yeah, Dennis Thompson won. Carol, sorry for the late response. Bad call. Okay, to split. Thompson's getting unanimous decision. Yeah, that was weird. Is Roach going to drop the belts at 130 so my guy Foster can go undisputed? I think so. I mean, he's going to 140. Like, how long can he hold a 130 belt for? You know what I mean? You can kind of say the same about Tank, in my opinion. I feel like he didn't take Roach serious. I mean, that's fair. I mean, these are all theories, right? At the end of the day, right? Well, I wouldn't say theories. The Lamont Roach one was what he told me. He took Jamel Herring not serious. But at the end of the day, I agree with you. And it maybe, by all means, not taking away anything from Lamont Roach, because I don't like not speaking on like what could be, right? I like giving fighters the benefit of the doubt. But, maybe he was going through stuff in his personal life. And I know Lamont Roach and them don't want to probably hear that, because at the end of the day, no fighter wants their win to be, well, that wasn't a win, but it was a win because he had a draw. You feel me? It was a win because he had the draw, and a lot of people thought he won. But at the end of the day, Tank probably had some personal stuff going on in his life and probably had a lot of distractions. I mean, there was probably a reason why he went to Barry Hunter out at Headbangers Gym, because the fact is, you don't really leave your head coach or ask for help when everything's smooth sailing. I think he needed probably a little bit more. And anytime you see that type of switch up, you kind of ask questions like, why? Like, why was that necessary? So, but then again, Barry Hunter's from the DC area. Lamont Roach is in the DC area. But at the end of the day, I think we all slept on Lamont Roach Jr., myself included. I definitely picked Tank, and by all means, there's nothing wrong for being wrong. But I do feel like Lamont Roach is probably a lot better than what we all thought. So we'll find out in this Pitbull fight, right? The Zone, boys. Yo, what up, Jay Lex? Yo, Smiley, I'm back in NYC, man. Vegas wasn't too kind to me last week. I was there. Word, what happened, man? You can tell me on Instagram. Did you send me a message? I didn't respond back. If so, my bad. I'm really bad on Instagram. Yeah, you can tell me on there. But we got 2 more fights before the main event. What about Keyshawn Davis at 140? I think Keyshawn's going to be a threat at 140, Jay, without a doubt. The only thing is he hasn't fought at 140, so I can't really put him in there yet. But from what I've seen up close and seen his ability, like his natural abilities, and him being a silver medalist by default, like I think he's going to be a threat for all those guys at 140. So, but I just need to see him fight one time at 140. Just like how we need to see Boots fight at 154. Even though we have the concept that we think he'll do well at 154, we still don't know, right? You know, moving up 5 more pounds. These fighters may see it might be different, you know? They might say they can do it, but I have to tell you on there, bro. I can't even speak. Yeah, no, just tell me on Instagram, bro. Tank doesn't seem like he's all there anymore. Boxer's human also. He just seems done to me. Lack of desire and fire in his belly. Yeah, I mean, dude, like when I was talking to him, right? There's an interview I did with Tank. It was a one-on-one interview where I asked him like his philosophy about how was it? His mental philosophy about the idea of like wanting to be a champion and all the belts and stuff like that. And I know it's very a common talk point, but it was very catered specifically to the fact that, you know, Mike Tyson was more focused on trying to be like a better person later in life and didn't really care about the accolades and being praised and the notoriety of being like this legendary fighter. So I asked Tank something similar and he co-signed like, yeah, like when you look at Mike's career, people were like pushing to be like, you got to be this great legendary fighter. But at the end of the day, even Mike was like, who cares about these belts? This shit is garbage. And like, because Tank has kind of modeled that version of Mike Tyson, he's kind of looked at it like these belts and all this stuff is garbage. And that was the time when Mike Tyson was getting ready to fight Jake Paul. And so he kind of like brought up the fact that like, look at Mike now. Like he's not even doing the shit for legacy and stuff. He's literally just doing it for money because that's what really matters. And he uttered the idea that Floyd Mayweather, even at a point in his opinion, which I could disagree with that, but I understand his concept. But he felt that Floyd at a certain point just didn't really care about the belts and that stuff, and it was always more about the money. And I always feel like it's always about the money, but I feel like Floyd still had a care about his career, his legendary status. You still see it now how he bickers between Roy Jones, but I can see that Mike at a certain point kind of didn't care. You can see it. Like he spoke a lot about how he feels like his belts are garbage and how he's just like a nobody and we're all gonna die and just be a speck of dust later. So I think Tank comes from that philosophy, and I think from that mindset even now, I do agree that I do feel like he's lost a lot of desire for that, but at the end of the day, he doesn't want to lose. He doesn't want to be a meme. And I think that once he gets this Jake Paul fight and secured the bag, I think we might see the end of him pretty soon. I may have missed it, but any predictions for the main event? I think Jaron Ennis is going to stop him after 6. I think Jaron Ennis is going to work behind the jab. I think he's going to use this fight to kind of get him in position to kind of resemble maybe a Virgil Ortiz fight. And then at a certain point when punches get put together and maybe land some good shots, break him down, then I think he's going to go for it. But for the most part, I do think that he's going to try to get back to his boxing. Because a lot of times, Jaron has typically been the more aggressive fighter. So, I mean, I'm just assuming because he's entering 154, a bigger guy is what they claim he is. I think he's going to box and then break him down. So, later 6. Why do boxing fans want Bam Rodriguez to face anyway when Nakatani is only a few pounds away from him and undefeated? I definitely agree. I think Nakatani. I mean, well, Nakatani is in between Inoue and Bam, right? So Nakatani is the sweet spot for either or. But I agree. I rather see. I don't know, bro. Nakatani's a beast, though, bro. Like Nakatani is a beast. Bam's a beast. Anyway, they're all beasts. But either or, I think Bam would probably benefit. I guess fighting Nakatani because of the weight. But at the end of the day, Nakatani's big as fuck, dude. Like, I don't know, dude. They're all tough fights. They're all tough fights, bro. Um, Let me see. Boom, 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 boom. All right. To Tamir Small's fight is about to come up. I'm really interested in this. I actually went out to Philly with my girl, I think like maybe like four and a half years ago. I went out to Philly, went to see Boots and Bozy. And I spent some time with Tamir Smalls. And from what I understood is that Tamir did a lot of sparring with Jaron Ennis, like a lot. And he has an extremely long reach. He's very athletic. And because he's able to spar Boots so much, I think he has a huge advantage when he faces a guy like Jose Ramon. Even though Jose Ramon is coming off a big win against Jalil Hackett, I still think that Tamir Smalls comes from that same long, athletic, slick, tough Philly fighter who uses accurate timing. So, but this is definitely going to be a step up for Tamir Smalls. I'm really interested in seeing how this goes. And I think that if Tamir Smalls destroys Rahman in devastating fashion, then I honestly think the welterweight division really needs to keep a really close eye on this guy, because he can be a huge problem for like a Brian Norman, or if Devin Haney wins, just any of those guys. Because I'm telling you right now, Tamir Smalls up close had one of the most freakishly long arms that I've seen covering this sport. Like freakishly long ass arms. And when I was watching him spar in Philly, dude, the people just could not get in range with them. Like he just kept them either from a good distance, from when he was boxing, and when he wanted to put the pressure, he definitely was able to get that jab in their face really well. So, hold on, I got this crazy ass. God, hold on, give me 1 second. Jeez. Hold on 1 second, y'all. The chat is getting bombed right now with this shit. Alright, cool. Yeah, I heard Bozy trains Cataro now. It's worth a trip to go to Philly, in my opinion, to see that. Because I think Cataro is a solid 140-pounder. I thought he beat Josh Taylor. Do you think Jack Catterall beats? I don't know. I haven't really put too much thought into it. I mean, I think Jack Catterall is a talented fighter for sure, and with his change in camp, I think Bozy is slowly picking up a good roster with Stephen Fulton kind of been doing his thing lately. So I don't know. It's tough. Do you guys think Dave Allen should keep fighting? No. But he's probably getting paid really well to sell out those British stadiums, bro. Those fans love Dave Allen. So why stop the check, man? You're like something in 8 losses, and they still come out for you. So I love your honesty. He may not make it to the monster. Yeah, dude. Like It's look, I love all 3 of those guys, dude. Like, I think they're all amazing fights. Bam and Inoue is a super fight. I think they're all super fights in their own right, because Nakatani and Inoue in Japan's a super fight. Bam and Inoue is a super fight. I think the only one that doesn't scream super fight yet, at least in the States, maybe in Japan, is Bam and Nakatani. But dude, like, people need to just really understand, like, those are 2 tough fucking fights for Bam. Like, people need to understand, Bam got dropped by older Estrada. Hear me out. It's still Estrada. I'm not disrespecting Estrada at all. But he did his thing. He got him out. He did what he was supposed to. But, you know, you have to understand, like, he's developing. Bam is developing. You know, he's slowly becoming the monster that he is, but to really become the next level. And you need to make sure like you don't rush him, because I've seen Bam had subpar performances after he fought Rungvisai. And then you have to question, like, well, maybe Rungvisai. Oh, good shot. Roman caught Tamir Smalls. So I'm not always for sure where Bam's mindset and where his abilities at that time. I know he's a pound for pound top tier fighter, but the consistency is what I need to see from Bam at like really top level guys. I know he just picked up another belt fighting a champion, which is a good win because that guy had an upset win, right? But Nakatani anyway is like a whole nother beast. You're talking about Crawford Spence. You know, you're talking about Crawford Canelo. You're talking about Bivol Arthur. You're talking about 2 pound for pound fighters. Is he ready to enter that realm of a pound for pound type of fight where it puts you in top 3? Like, that's what I'm saying. I think Nakatani has the physical attributes that he can compete. He's a huge guy. Like, he's big as hell. And I think that's why he can jump into either one of those fights. But Bam's small, and he would have to go up to 122. So Jack Catterall shits the bed against Arnold Barboza. He did. But I think Arnold Barboza is also underrated. But same time, Arnold Barboza had a questionable loss against that Irish guy too. So I don't know, man. Like, it's hard. Like, none of these dudes you can really be like confident. Like, is he going to win and is he going to perform spectacular? Like, I don't want to sound negative, but I don't have my faith in a lot of these guys. Not because I don't believe in them. It's just the fact that they haven't shown enough consistency over time against top guys will really let me know what their caliber is. Like, Terrence was a guy who I've never picked against ever. And even when the Canelo fight, where I was very hesitant to pick for Crawford for quite some time, by the time fight week came, I still picked Crawford because he's shown levels of consistency where I could believe that he could be the underdog that can pull it off. A lot of these guys still haven't done that yet. So I just can't really put my chips in on any of these guys. You're having a hard time finding the fight? It's out there somewhere. Man, these stream bots is just killing me, man. I'm sorry, y'all. I can't clean them all out. But I'll read the chat. I'll catch your comments in between. I'm pretty good at that. So just, he is a pound for pound. He's done developing. I know what you're saying, but Bam is done. But you're asking him to move up and wait and go straight into the lion's den. You're telling him at the age and the amount of good body shot from Tamir. You're asking him to go in to fight a generational fighter. You know, and even at a certain point, Terrence Crawford didn't fight the generational fighter at that age. You know, who's right now? Arthur didn't fight the generational fighter at that age, even though I know he turned pro way later. And he should have, you know, moved fast. Bivol didn't fight the generational fighter at the age. So I'm being realistic. And if Bam fought anyway, I would have to favor anyway. Like, even though he has a style and a footwork that could beat anyway, just by, because you know that fight would have to be like on a grand stage. And anyways, been on a grand stage a lot of times. And that is huge when it comes to these type of fights. Not just the skill and ability, but the actual ability to fight on those type of stages and not freak out, not lose composure. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, Crawford has never fought at a stadium fight, but his natural consistency on fighting kind of on a big stage, feeling that when he fought in a stadium, and even he admitted he was nervous, like, prior to that week, because when he walked in there, it's very overwhelming. And that's why, like, those things, when you see an elite level fighter go in there and crumble, it's just, the stage is just too big. I'm not saying that Bam can't handle it, but I know Inouye's been there before. And so it's just, you're asking a lot for a young kid, you know? I think Bam goes against 0-2 against him. I think Bam is nice, but I do think he's not on their level. I think he can pull off a 1-1, but I do feel like he loses to someone for sure in that, you know? I don't think he goes 2-0 against them. Jesse became WBO 115 champion, unifying with the WC, making Bam jump to 122, throwing him to the Wolves versus Inoue round. I agree. That's what I'm saying, Dane. Like, I really, really enjoy Bam. Like, I've been a big Bam fan for a long time. but you can see some sort of level of inconsistency at times with Bam, and having him to jump up that type of weight class and fight like essentially a generational fighter, it's a lot, dude. You know, even at a certain point, the guys in that weight class have shown. Oh, good right hand drops Roman Tamir. Tamir Smalls drop Roman with a vicious right hand, sends him to the canvas. Roman looks really hurt, guys. This is a huge win for Tamir Smalls if he can get him out, something that Jalil Hackett couldn't do. Tamir Smalls putting pressure. I'm telling you guys, this guy right here is a problem in the welterweight division. We're in the 3rd round. He's already dropped the guy that beat Jalil Hackett. Roman is still moving. He's showing good legs. It looks like he's recovering. Man, Roman is still on his feet, showing good defense. Very wobbly, but he's running. He's doing what he's supposed to do to make it out. He clinches. He's doing all the smart stuff to stay in. Tamir needs to place his shots and be patient. Tamir's forcing this knockout. It's not going to come. Roman is very crafty. And he made it out. He made it out around. That's when it's going to happen if you fought Bud. I always favored Bud over Boots. I mean, it's just the level of discipline that I think Bud has at the level right now is just insane. Defensively responsible. Offensively, he's creative. He's strong. Just strong as shit, dude. I can give you guys like 10 stories behind the scenes of how, like, this dude, Bud, is strong as shit, dude. I've always told this story. Bro, I'm telling you right now, I saw him spar Lester Martinez. The only reason why I couldn't really understood, yeah, he dropped him. He caught him in between. The only reason why I couldn't really take the Lester Martinez sparring, like really at a point, like, can I really take this information I have and bring it into the Canelo fight as if it's valuable? It's because I haven't seen Lester Martinez fight like a top guy. But once I saw him fight in Billy, that was the moment that night I was like, yo, Bud is about to win this shit, bro. Because I saw Bud go at it with Lester Martinez, dude. And I'm telling you right now, seeing that now and what it looked like, absolutely insane, dude. So I know Boots has been in there with a lot of high level kind of fighters, a lot of big guys, but dude, Bud is for sure just on another level, man. And it's not even disrespecting Boots. I think Boots is a freakishly athletic, talented fighter who can do almost everything, all right? But when it comes down to, once again, that grand stage, Bud is fighting at a certain level where Boots has to walk into the fire with all that, right? All that attention, the media, all that, fighting on that type of grand stage with all the chips on, all the chips there. Never done it before, never been there. He's never had anything like that. And then he's doing it against Bud Crawford. Dude, that's a lot. But do I think Boots could be a pound for pound fighter? One of those guys? Yes. But you can't rush him along. Putting Boots against Bud is rushing him along. Like, it's just, you just can't do that. What do you think about having the world IBO title recognized? It's just another bout. It's just another thing that just creates more division and confusion. At a certain point, like, we're conditioned with 4. We used to have 2 once upon a time, then 3. I think 5 at a point, only all it does is just create more confusion and more headache. Because when you have only a couple champions, then you're forcing more likely better fights to happen because the mandatories are going to be better. But when you have 5 champions, those are potential 3 to 2 mandatories that a fight could have been forced to be made. You know what I mean? So imagine if we had 2 belts. we would have had a lot of fights having to be made to just get the mandatory and the champion to fight each other. And that would be a really solid mandatory, like a really good mandatory. Forget trying to get unifications, but good mandatories. Sometimes these mandatories are just jokes. You know what I mean? So, yeah, he did survive. Did you see Bud handle Haney? I don't think they sparred each other. I remember Bud rode up to Haney, and then I rode up to the gym, and then Haney was like, yo, you just missed Bud. That would be good content. I'm like, no, because you didn't tell me, you asshole, and I would have came up here. You know, I had to see it on social media, and then I had to run down to the gym. But no, I don't think they've sparred. But might do Boots worse than Spence, low key. I don't know. I mean, I think stylistically, Spence's style was more suited for Bud because Spence has a great jab, but I won't say that's all he has. But when you remove that jab, then Spence becomes very predictable. Spence has a fundamentally top tier, amazing jab, like tremendous jab. But if you can get behind that jab and remove it from him, everything is like you can see coming. I think Boots is a lot more athletic. I think he's a lot more creative. And even though he doesn't show it at times, I do think he's defensively a lot more sound than people give him credit for. I just feel like when he fights these guys, I think he is just opposing his will. You know what I mean? I'm not making an excuse. I do feel like he needs to tighten up because you shouldn't be getting hit at any level. But I think he's just forcing it, you know. And I think, what round am I? 5? And I think that's a little bit what happened with Bud and Madrimov. I think when he fought Madrimov, I think he tried to force the fight because he didn't really respect the power too much. I know that sounds crazy, but I think he was trying to force a knockout. Bud has always discipline. Dude, I'm telling you right now, there's never been a time where I've seen Bud randomly at a gym, out and about, at a fight, walking down the street. At any given point, Bud has always been in shape. I have never seen Bud out of shape. And every time I see Bud, he's always doing something athletic, from playing basketball, jump roping, challenging someone, working out, sparring. There's never been a time where Bud just walked into like a gym and didn't do shit as if he was training for a fight. Like, he always looked ready. Always looked ready. That dude is just always disciplined. Like, never out of shape. Even right now after the Canelo fight, I promise you he's in shape right now. I promise you Terrence is in shape right now. He does not balloon up. He does not. I actually lied. I think I've seen it one time a little bit, but I won't even say he was out of shape because he was getting the Canelo fight. So he was getting bigger, right? So I wouldn't necessarily say he was out of shape, you know? Well, the word is Boots got pieced up in sparring with Canelo. Well, I wasn't there, so I can't really speak on that, you know? I could probably get some sort of information of it, but I know I've heard some clips. I saw some clips of, like, I think someone interviewing someone that was there or something, but, you know, sparring at the end of the day, right? And I know we put a lot of emphasis on sparring, and there is valid takeaways from sparring. I hate when people just don't really take away something from sparring because it is some sort of indication, but it doesn't tell the whole story. So, but I wasn't there, so I don't know, you know. But if that was kind of the situation, you know, if you want to do that triangle theory works, I mean, I will always favor Bud. I've always favored Bud. I mean, there's my guy Jamil, who I've known for a long time at YSM, and I've always told him for, like, I think a decade, I thought Bud was the best fighter on planet Earth. And we've had our Bud and Boost conversations, and I've always told him they would beat Spence. I was hesitant on the Canelo fight, I'm not gonna lie, but when time went on, I definitely went with Crawford, because at the end of the day, you have to be hesitant when someone takes a fight like that. And I don't care if anybody, if you're Floyd Mayweather, I'll be hesitant for a second. But Tamir Smalls is just outclassing Roman, and we're going into 6. Pretty much all Tamir Smalls, and he's having a great performance, putting the welterweight division on notice. So You see news about Beterbiev? I think he purposely pulled out to line up with Bivol. No, what happened with Arthur? Is he not fighting that dude on that card on the November 22nd? What's the news? I haven't checked my Twitter. Is Arthur out now? Did he pull out too? Bud with ruin boots? Yeah. I mean, I think at a certain point, when he was at welterweight before the Spence fight, I think a lot of people entertained it, right? And I think it was a fair assessment to think a guy like Boots would. I mean, I even think now it's not. I don't think it's an easy fight. Like, I don't think Bud would still have to work in that fight because you're dealing with a guy that's bigger than him. You know, he's athletic. He switches. He has a good jab. Strong, creative. It's not an easy fight, but I think for the most part, Bud is very disciplined. I think his defense is sharp. I do know that when Bud becomes aggressive, he does get hit, but that's just because he's taking chances. And you can say the same with Boots too, but I think Bud just fundamentally has been a lot more sharper when it comes to being defensive against top guys. He can set really great traps. He can read patterns really well. And he has a really smart corner. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people don't realize how much of a corner can really play a huge part of a fight. And he has 3 of them. And those guys have been proven time and time to create really solid game plans. And Terrence has fought the awkward European fighters. He's fought the strong come forward Mexican fighters. He's fought the aggressive footwork from a black fighter. He's fought, top pound for pound black fighters. So essentially you can argue he hasn't fought like a slick black fighter. But then, I don't know. Like, then again, he fought like, I know it's Hank Lundy, but he's fought affiliate Hank Lundy. He's fought 2 gold medalists. Dude, Bud's very underrated. Victor Postal, you know what I mean? Like, do you think Teo versus Shakur will really happen? I have big doubts. I mean, I'm hearing that it was supposed to happen in January, let alone February. The interview I'm gonna drop that I did with Lamont Roach Jr., he revealed that they were trying to get the Shakur fight. It sounds like before this Pitbull fight, but Lamont said that he speaks to Shakur a lot, and it seemed like the Teofimo Lopez fight was there, and it was a better opportunity. So maybe we can see Lamont and Shakur later down the line, but I don't know. We'll see. Because nothing's signed, sealed, or delivered from what I've heard. But we'll see. Oh, Tamir Smalls rocked Roman. Oh, and a good lead hook catches Roman. Better be canceled for undisclosed reason. Huh. Interesting. Was that like Ring reported that? I mean, maybe then. But the inactivity, getting older, like... Moses, fight this bonus bond right now because some false smart claims. Hearing our commentators hyping it up. Yeah, he's coming. No, I have to look it up, but I don't know, dude. Like, if Arthur is out of the ring for he's older, dude. And Bivol, I'm hearing from Mike Coppinger, he reported that Bivol looks like he's coming back and probably have a tune-up. That's gonna favor Bivol. So either or, it's all not favoring Arthur regardless of how this goes. And if anything, if he can't get the Bivol fight, the David Benavidez fight, man. That's the fight that I want to see then, David and Arthur. Because I just don't see Bivol running to David. Roman, it is boxing beautifully. I want to say he needs to engage more, but if he does, Smalls will catch him. Yeah, I think Roman is, after kind of seeing what he was able to do with Jalil Hackett, I knew this was definitely a huge step up for Tamir Smalls, and this is definitely not an easy fight. So, but I think Tamir is boxing really well. I think he's creative. Oh, good right hand for Roman. And you know what, Rafael? He was aggressive. And he needed to engage more, and he had a great right hand that landed on Tamir Smalls. Right on the ropes, pushed him. Pretty much Tamir couldn't get away from it. He had his back against the ropes and ate a good right hand. So, you called it. And right now, Roman maybe needs to make those type of more aggressive, small steps forward. You know, but now he's starting to land some good shots on Tamir, taking some chances. This is definitely a hard guy to discourage for sure. And Tamir Smalls needs to make sure he's 100% locked in all the way. Even though he had a great start of the first 5 rounds, first 6, he got even a knockdown. He cannot get caught himself because Roman is landing some good shots. Tamir's firing back. He's trying to get Roman to open up, trying to hit him in the exchange. You need to be very careful in the exchange. Roman landed a good lead hook. Roman's having a lot of success this round. A really great job. Bivol's one of my favorites, but he's kind of doing Arthur dirty. I mean, look, if he's injured, he's injured, man. I'm not even going to hate too much. I'm not going to hate too much. Better be maybe pulling out a fight with Nicholson and focus on potential fight with Benavidez. Should he win against Yard, Bivol might end up fighting Ivy Manter when he comes back. I mean, look, if he pulls out of that and then he goes into the David fight, I'm not even mad at it, to be honest with you. Who's fighting right now, boss? We got one more fight. So we got this fight in the co-main, and then we got the main event. So I'll get a still shot. We got Tamir Smalls versus Roman. Here, let me get this going up. So yeah, so we got Tamir Smalls versus Jose Roman. Tamir Smalls is a guy undefeated, fights out of Philly, pretty much one of Boots' main sparring partners, and he's fighting the guy that recently beat Jalil Hackett, gave him his first loss, and it's a pretty competitive fight. Tamir Smalls dropped him, and Roman's showing a lot of life still and a lot of fights. So, what's your opinion on Keyshawn Davis being ranked number 1 at 140 after being stripped at 135? Automatic number 1 seems a reward for messing up. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's politics, Dane. I mean, yeah, he was the WBO champion, and sure, he's probably going to get a high ranking for just that alone. But to be number 1 right away, I mean, I'm not a fan of it, right? You know, he's definitely getting rewarded in some sort of fashion when he should be punished. But it's boxing, dude. Like, at the end of the day, these things aren't consistent. You know, a fighter does something that you feel like should be reprimanded and have to earn himself into a certain position. But it's always about this. It's about the money. And Keyshawn is one of the more marketable guys. And for the most part, them pushing the ability for him to be able to fight for a title right away only benefits them for their sanctioning fees, because for its worth, they get a percentage. And if the percentage of the pot is bigger, then at the end of the day, they're going to reap the benefits from it. So, you know, it's no hard feelings on Keyshawn, because Keyshawn isn't the one position himself in the rankings. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's boxing, right? So, you know, you can't really stop that shit. You know, you just kind of have to look at it and just be like, you know, it is what it is. I think Arthur can beat David. Who would you pick right now, Ron? Yeah, I definitely think Arthur can beat David. Shit. I think Arthur could beat everybody, you know. But I think David Benavidez, at his age, I think he can give Arthur a lot of problems. And I really think that we still always are on the fence with Arthur because we never know when he's going to get old overnight. You know, he's had multiple injuries. He's been in a lot of, you know, tough fights back to back with Bivol. You know, David has a very offensive style where it can potentially give Arthur an opportunity to really punish David like Joe Smith tried to come forward. Or maybe Arthur gets outworked, you know. They always say like a fighter never looks old in the gym, but until it's fight night, that's when really we get to see how old they have became. So I think it's a dangerous fight for both. I love the fact that David wants to run to the smoke. I think Arthur never dodges the smoke and never not wants to smoke. The question is, does people want to give Arthur the smoke? And I think David's there. I interviewed him. He said he's there looking for the Russian monster. You know, he's in the position of be fighting a Russian monster himself. And I respect that. It's honorable. And David has kind of put himself in a position where if he can beat an Arthur and a Bivol, he has really solidified himself to be a pound-for-pound fighter without having a Canelo fight. Yes, he can increase his marketability by getting that fight and inherit the fan bases that may come with it. But I think right now, it's a dangerous fight for both. And I may favor Arthur because of the consistency at the level he's at. And even at his age, he's shown to give Bivol hell and arguably won that last fight. Arguably won both fights, depending on how you see it and how you score it and what you like. I do feel like Arthur may potentially open up as a favorite for that alone. But if David becomes the favorite, it's only because of the fact of his age. Because David hasn't really looked remarkable at 175, I'll be honest, you know. The David Morrell fight was a fight where really was a 168, two 168s that moved up to 175 and fought. And David's experience and stamina was kind of what took over the second half. But even then, I think David Morrell's next fight indicated that I think he wouldn't have been ready for an Arthur. David versus Gavaschek kind of let me feel like he wasn't ready for Arthur. You know, and Arthur, I was at that fight. He demolished Alexander Gavaschek. So it's hard in my brain right now until I see Arthur look old, which he hasn't. As remarkable as that sounds, at his age, he does not look old. So I would probably favor Arthur. You're right. The WBO charges 3% of your purse and no more than $250,000 belt fee, shipping, annual fee, not sanctioned. Yeah, it's a great racket for sanctioned bodies. Yeah, so you know they gotta maximize, and that's just me being honest. You know, I got a lot of admiration for Keyshawn. You know, I've been covering him for a long time before he even became the what they consider like the money man at Top Rank or DB3 and all that and all the dances and all that stuff. I've been covering for a very long time. I think I've been covering I think maybe even before he turned pro, to be honest. And if you did fight, maybe one or two fights, but because he went to the Olympics, I believe after like one or two fights after. I can't remember. He went pro before or after because of that whole entire COVID situation. But regardless, at the end of the day, I think Keyshawn. Damn, Roman just caught Smalls with a good hook. A lot of frustration looks like is coming down in this fight for Smalls to close out the fight as well as the open. But you know, Keyshawn just needs to just focus, lock in, man. You know, when I was covering that fight out in Norfolk, it definitely was a zoo. You know what I mean? Like it was a lot of distractions, you know, going after Abdullah Mason and then missing weight and kind of like, you know, not really doing probably what he should have been doing on the stage to try to make the fight. You know, he was hitting Sam Sonlukowic's hand, who was De Los Santos' promoter, who was making a decision to either stick him in the fight or not. I mean, dude. And then the whole situation after the fight. I mean, dude, just a lot, man. A lot. Where do you think Bud goes from here? I mean, either he announces a retirement or he takes like a fight at 160 in Omaha just to end a farewell fight. You know what I mean? Like one and done in my hometown, in Omaha. Let's make history. I mean, I don't see him defending 168. He's not going to 154. I know that for a fact. You know, he said it himself. And so you're looking at either, you know, just kind of a gimme fight where he can just fight at home, which never really suits a Terrence Crawford. You know, I think legacy's always been his thing, not gimmies. Damn, dude, Roman is like tagging Smalls now. I think he's winning some of these rounds. I think he's frustrating Smalls and winning some of these rounds, honestly. But I think Terrence will always go for legacy. You know, I think he's always been in a position where if he can get those type of legacy type of fights, he would take them. And the only time I think he may have had somewhat of a tune-up or whatever was the David Avanesian fight, and that was more because of the fact that I think it was a combination of two things. I think it was he didn't want to be too rusty for the Spence fight, and I think it was also to kind of stick it to the fact like your ass is gonna be sitting around while I can go make a fight, so you better figure that shit out. Kind of like setting that example, like I can get this money while you sitting around, and I can spin the block on you, you know. So, kind of like a flex to it, but I think because now he's in the driver's seat, I think the only thing that makes sense for him is legacy building things that would either generate a lot of money or things that would add to his accolades, his disgusting amount of accolades as in belts and accomplishments from that alone. Why not pick up something from 160, right? Just like Chet says, Janabek for 3 belts, 160. You know? It only makes sense. Personally. You know, why not be a 6th division? I mean, how many of those do we have? We have De La Hoya, we have Pacquiao. Is Sugar Ray Leonard a 6th division? I mean, dude, we're really getting to slim, like very slim type of status, you know. And Oscar arguably did not win his middleweight title. You know, a lot of people thought that was a robbery. So without controversy, too, winning 6 divisions without controversy is. I know people might feel like the Majumov fight was controversy, but you put 5K on Ennis for KO. If you're asking me for betting advice, the betting advice I give is I don't bet. So you shouldn't either. You can always invest that 5K in something else. But do I think Ennis is going to get the knockout if you're asking me that? Yeah. But it's boxing. You never know. You know, Ennis came in this fight with a hurt hand. Damn, dude. Smalls is just getting tagged up by Roman. I don't even know how to score. I think Smalls is going to win this fight, but he's definitely going to lose a lot of rounds this second half. Damn, Smalls is getting tagged up. But yeah, you never know, like, in boxing. Ennis could have had, like, an injury coming into the fight week, and, you know, he's winning a fight, but he just can't, you know. You never know. So, I never bet. Margo, I can't put the fight on. Copyright strikes, brother. But what was I about to say? When anyone put 5K on Ennis for TKO, I mean that's a lot of money, bro. It's a lot of money. To be honest with you, if this is one of those fights where I wouldn't be surprised if Ennis wouldn't get the knockout, because this guy seems pretty durable, you know, and it's not shocking if Ennis does get the knockout, because that's the expectation we give Ennis. But this guy took a 7-day notice or something like that against Aaron McKenna, who is a very, very talented 154 fighter himself. Knocked out Liam Smith recently. He sparred Terrence Crawford for the Madrimal fight when I was at Vegas. You know, he could be slick. He could be crafty. And he went the distance with them. He didn't win, but you can see he was strong. He was durable. He was trying to put up fights in the middle of the round. So he might be durable. You know, Jaron Ennis hasn't knocked out everybody he's faced. So why hasn't Top Rank formally announced a network deal? What's going on? I've heard what one of their networks is, but I don't know if I can truly reveal it because the people I've heard it from, I respect, as in like I trust what they're saying, like very reputable. And I've heard it from multiple people, very reputable people, but I don't know if one, I respect the relationship, so I don't think I'm privy to speak on it. But two, you know, I think the announcements will happen by the end of this year. I really do. And it may potentially be more than one network, so don't be surprised if you hear one and then another. The one thing that I can, I guess, reveal as a hint, though, is that from what I'm hearing, one of the networks or the network is something that isn't already been boxing, right? When I mean boxing, as in it hasn't been like, it's not like a Showtime or, I mean, it could be maybe if they have two or something like another, but it's not a network where boxing has lived on or been on and like they're going back to it. It's like a whole new different type of network. It's a very well-known network, and how would I say, when you hear it, you might even be potentially already in like this within their service. You might be already be using it. You know what I mean? So that's all I can say. All right, that's all I can say. All right. There's very well-known shows on the network. It's all I'll probably leave it at. You know, I don't watch the shows. I'm not like a show guy, but I know it's some shows on it. It's like everybody watches it. So 98, 91, 96, 93. 95, 94. It's all Tamir Smalls. Yeah, the scorecards would not favor. Even the 95, 94, you can hear it. The dude got a knockdown, so good win. You know, but definitely needs some little experience increase. I might be maybe asking too much for about Bud and Vibble. that ain't happening. But dude, if that happens, sheesh. If Bud was able to beat Bivol, dude, I wouldn't even know. Like, instead of going to 160, bro, you know how crazy that would be? Like, we're all speculating 160, and this motherfucker go to 175. You know how crazy that would sound? And he was able to do that. To do that. I think Undisputed 160 may not happen because you have to get everyone to cooperate, including Carlos Adames. So I think if Laura and Janabek fight, then you could put the Ring Magazine belt on there, and then that could be something where you can say he's a 5 lineal Ring Magazine champion, right? If he happens to win that fight. And so that would be something where they'll be like, no one's ever done that 5 lineal, you know, Ring Magazine champ, which goes along with the lines of Turkey and Ring and all that. And so that might be maybe the play. But if he did that at 175 to get a ring belt there, sheesh, bro. I don't know, bro. I don't know, dude. I'm a humongous Floyd Mayweather fan. But I'll be looking at Floyd like, I don't know, dude. This dude Bud might got you, dude. This dude Bud might got you. That's some crazy shit, bro. But you know, I don't think that. That's ridiculous in my mind. Yeah, the fight is today. We got the co-main, and then we'll go to the main event. What time is the Ennis fight? We got one more fight. So I would probably say like 2 hours from now. Small's fighting like the second half, like Aaron Pryor. What do you mean by that? Because I always felt like Aaron Pryor was just relentless. Like, just come forward, fight, try to just beat the shit out of you. That's what I always got when I watched old Aaron Pryor footage. Just a Tasmanian devil. Just straightforward, you know, I'm going to take your head off. You thought Roman won? Really? I mean, to be fair, I didn't have a scorecard. I was kind of talking and watching the side. I did feel like Tamir was winning a lot of the early rounds and he got the knockdown. So maybe that 95-94 might be something, right? Because if you go 5-5 with one of a knockdown, I mean, then Tamir Small is won. So Rafa's guessing CW, Peacock. Yeah, Tamir just won. Yeah, he won. Tamir lost that fight. Roman got robbed. Really? I have to watch the fight without commentating, right? Because a lot of you guys saying that he won. So even with the knockdown, all right? Even with the knockdown, you guys thought Roman won? Let me check Twitter real quick. Because, you know, Twitter, they don't bite their tongue for nobody, bro. They don't bite their tongue for nobody. Let me see. Let me see. Fuck those stupid judges. Smalls lost that fight. Roman. Oh, damn. Roman won that fight. Crazy scorecards. Roman was boxing. Smalls head off. So, check it out. Because I was glancing, right? And I did thought Smalls was winning a lot of the early rounds. But that second half definitely was Roman. I'm checking Twitter. And I'm literally seeing everybody kind of saying what you're saying. So, I don't really see people like arguing, debating. Smalls lost that fight. Roman won based off the last 3 rounds I saw. Fuck Philly. Roman won that fight. Scorecards was nasty. Boxing judges strike again. Sport is trash. Crazy scorecards. Roman was boxing smart. I hate these sorry ass cards, man. It makes it hard to stay for the main. Yeah, damn. Yes, Roman won. Roman won the 3 out of the last 5 rounds. Small was trying to come forward constantly, but unfortunately he was taking too much leather. Pryor was relentless and would not stop despite the... I get what you're saying now. I get what you're saying. He was one, like... Pryor always had those highlights of himself getting cracked with his head getting knocked back. And Smalls was getting cracked. Damn, dude. Reset. I mean, I take your guys' word because I know a lot of you guys do watch boxing. You know, I know some of you guys aren't just random dudes. A lot of you guys come in here on a regular basis, so you need Guido to come through. I mean, I don't really know a lot about this Canadian boxer, man. I'll be honest with you. I don't even want to front like I'm Mr. Know-It-All. I do know Guido. I've seen Guido spar a lot in Vegas. He's always a guy that kind of came up short against like a Richard Torres. And even F.A. Ajaba fight was close right there. But he was able to stop Makhmudov, which we just saw just fight today against Dave Allen. You know, Guido was boxing the shit out of Makhmudov. So Guido's definitely like a guy if you can't beat him, then you can't crack the top 15, top 10. So this guy, we'll see. If he gets Guido out of there or has a great performance, then I'm impressed. You know what I mean? Because he's not an easy heavyweight. He moves. He has a lot of amateur pedigree. He sparred a lot of guys like a Joseph Parker and Tyson Fury. He's sparring a lot of the Olympians from where he's from. So he's a solid guy, especially as long as he's been training in Vegas. A lot of good works out there. It's an Eddie Hearn card. Of course, hometown fighter is going to get the gift decision. Smalls ain't no Pryor. Pryor would have come back. Well, that's what I was saying. Like, I didn't see the Aaron Pryor, but I get what he's saying, that he was just coming forward regardless of the circumstance, if he was going to get hit or not. And he was getting hit. So we got the co-main. next we got one more fight, and then we'll do the main event. So I hear some like female rap song playing in the back of the DAZN broadcast, and I was just telling my girl like this. I don't know what it is, but the men rappers need to step it up, because for whatever reason, the women rappers have been killing the dudes, bro. The whole energy, vibe, flows, like everything. I don't know what it is, but they have been just been just making it hard for the male rappers. I don't know if it's just because it's their time right now, for whatever it's worth, but yeah, I guess everyone thinks Smalls lost that fight. Shit, that is not a good look. Let me see what other people are saying. Mention of like, since we're talking about boots and everything like that. What did he say? He wants to work with Dilla. My bad, I was reading something. Karen Chukajan won his fight today. Karen Chukajan, the one that fought Boots twice, he had like a fight, I think, overseas, and he just got a knockout. Boogeyman in 147, stop ducking. Boots means business. Yeah. I'm trying to see if there's more Tamir Smalls robbery tweets. I'm just trying to be on it, because I want to make sure that I have the right mindset when I watch this fight again, if I watch it again. Did he say he was prior like now? Prior with special immunity. Did not say he was prior like now. Prior with special immunity. Yeah, he was saying like the concept of Aaron Pryor, of just coming for it. Pryor always have the water bottle. Yeah. Which is crazy, because Panama Lewis has another situation with another fighter, which was Luis Resto or something, where the gloves, you remember where he had the removed padding? That was Aaron. That was Panama Lewis, the same trainer. So, and from what I've heard from the story, that the documentary that came out about it, is that it was like some sort of asthma inhaler pill where he like crushed it and put it in the bottle, is what one of his fighters claimed it was. It was open his lungs. I mean, I'm not a doctor. I don't know what that does. I don't know if it did better or whatnot. So Smalls pulled it out in the 12th. You mean the 10th? It was a 10 rounder. Boy, Fernandez said, bro, shut up, show the fight. I can tell you, bro, shut up and buy the fight. How does that sound? Like, I mean, what do you want me to match your energy? Bro, shut up and buy DAZN. It's a live commentary, you know? You can go look out this. You can come in here and ask, like, some of the people. I won't give you the stream, but you come in here, bro, shut up, show the fight. Bro, shut up, get a job. That's what I can say. Pacheco left Jose Sr. Yeah. Which is weird. I wonder who he's going to be working with, because it seemed like they had like a good rapport, but I don't know. You know, we had an interview with Senior on here on FightHype that mentioned like he recognized that Diego wasn't really happy, and so like he kind of was at content with the idea of like, all right, I will let you go. We'll get through this, and then I'll let you go through your management, and from managing and coaching, you're more than welcome to go. No hard feelings, which is a really honorable thing to put out there, instead of bashing the fighter or making it about yourself. You made it about the fighter, and you wanted the best about them. So, you know, at the end of the day, I definitely can appreciate that. But we'll see if that's really the case, you know. But cool, man. We got one more fight before the main event, which is a heavyweight fight. neither fight had a knockout on the main card, so maybe we can get a knockout in here that could speed up the night, because nobody likes to stay up 2, 3, 4 in the morning for a fight. And even though it was 10, time flies, dude. And I could see us staring down the barrel of a 12 o'clock, 12:30 night, man. So we get through this fight, and we can get to the main event on faster. Just getting these guys in the ring faster, a faster night, that would be a blessing for all of us. So it was a peppermint snap in the mix. Like, is that really what it was? Or are you just trolling? Alright, so I'll show you guys the tail of the tape. So we got one more fight before, like I said, got coming up. One more fight, and then we got the main event. I am not hip to the Canadian heavyweight, but he's definitely on the left side, so I'm assuming he's the A side. Guido Villanello, like I mentioned, he's been in a lot of competitive fights with top guys like Richard Torres and F.A. Jaba and things like that. So, oh shit, is that my boy Jay Watts in the building? Oh shit, what's up, man? Appreciate the $10 super chat first and foremost. What up, Phil Flexen? Did you sneak in here, bro? Yo, I appreciate the super chat. Yo, I appreciate that. Look, I'm gonna show you guys what Jay Watts is, my boy. Hold on. So, my boy Jay Watts came down to Omaha, right, with me. And he came to the parade. And I think at his after party, they had these posters there, right? So, my ass couldn't actually fit it in my luggage. And so I just left in his hotel, like, all right. Because he got a few, and he got one for me. And I was like, shit, man, I can't fit this shit in here. All right, I just let him keep it. He can give it to, like, you know, whatever. But he was able to actually bring it. Not only the fact that he brought it, he framed this for me, man. So that shit's dope. My boy Jay Watts, man. This was super dope, man. And what's even funnier is I was in a gym and I left the one that he gave me in the gym. He had another one in the car, and he gave me this one. So he just got these on deck. But yo, I really appreciate it, because you know, this is arguably the best fighter I got to cover. MMA guy, what's up, man? Who's up next? We got the co-main. I got it right here, if you're wondering. We got that, and then we'll go straight into the main event. But yo, I really appreciate Jay Watts. He'll actually be doing coverage for FightHype too. He'll be also doing interviews and things like that. So, you know, give a big round shout out to Jay Watts. You're gonna be hearing this guy. He's gonna be contributing and helping me out cover the sport of boxing. He's a super cool guy. He was confidently picking Crawford to beat Canelo with no hesitation. He even said stoppage. Didn't get the stoppage decision, but without a doubt, he was one of the few people I know that without a hesitation said Crawford would win. So I actually have an interview up on FightHype with Jay Watts. So you can look up Jay Watts and FightHype. So if you want to get a little bit of how he thinks about the sport of boxing before he covers it. But I really appreciate that. This is a lot of love, because I've been covering Terrence for a long time, about a decade. So we're kind of ending his career, and all this cool memorabilia stuff is cool, you know. So I appreciate that. That's a lot of love, and the super chat. So all love, man. Yeah, that's definitely love. Yo, Phil Flexer, man, what's up, man? How you been, man? It's been a minute. I know I haven't done a live for a while. So Temp says, will Spence and Charlo ever fight again? I'm hearing they were supposed to fight each other, right? So FightHype, yo, what up? Tyrese, what's up, dog? We got one more fight before the main event. One more fight before the Jaron Ennis fight. So, and I know a lot of people have been beating the shit out of Jaron Ennis for whatever reason. I get it, but you know, I'm letting this kid become his own person, mature into his own lane, and I know that there's a lot of expectations that comes with him. You know, that maybe not be realistic for some other fighters. However, I'm looking forward to see how he looks tonight at 154. because I am definitely hearing that the Virgil Ortiz fight is going to be happening early next year. I've heard it multiple times behind the scenes, and it's starting to leak out a little bit out, which I don't know if that's just Eddie Hearn just talking to try to sell this fight, and that's why he's talking about it now. But regardless, at the end of the day, I have been hearing about that happening next year, potentially even Vegas. Around springtime be dope if it was Cinco de Mayo, around May. That would be sick. So, because especially if Canelo's not fighting, you know, if he's obligated to fight in Saudi or something next year. So, but we're going to be getting through this co-main event, which is heavyweight. So hopefully they can do us a favor and get a knockout so we can straight move right into the main event with Jaron Ennis. Let me scroll up, make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, my bad. Neffy. Small, struggling against Roman. He didn't win that fight. He won't make it too far in this weight. Too much talent in this class. Yeah, I mean, in the beginning, Neffy, he definitely looked like he was on his way of putting the welterweight notice, but it seems like everybody really thought that he did not win that fight. So, Cool Boy versus Shock, who you got? I got Cool Boy in that. I doubted him in the Figueroa rematch. I was wrong. So, I'm humbled by it. So, it's hard to go against the guy that proved you wrong, right? Haney, Norman, who you got? It's a 50-50 fight, but I like Haney's chances just because of his experience. Denzel Bentley. Damn, you hit me with a tons. I like Denzel Bentley, man. He looked really good against Janabek. I covered that fight. And he for sure is extremely underrated. And that fight alone with Janabek out in Vegas has definitely let me know that he definitely can pose problems for a lot of people. All right, so we got Alexis and Guido. The fight started, and we'll see how this fight goes. Both guys look in good shape, so I like seeing heavyweights that don't look fat, sluggish, sloppy, a lot of lateral movement, activity. But Guido landed a good right on Alexis, and they tie up. Virgil Boots is going to be a slugfest. Possibly. I think Virgil's boxing is underrated, but I know Virgil will definitely be aggressive in that fight. So, and Boots likes to be aggressive, so I can see your point as a slugfest. So, I'm excited for that fight. I mean, I really think that's a fight that we're all clamoring for, even though there probably won't be a lot of belts, or maybe even not a single belt on the line. But it gives me the feeling when Floyd Mayweather retired, it left the welterweight division, or his kind of the Danny Garcias and Thurman's just floating around without, you know, the opportunity to fight the man, which is kind of the case with Virgil and Boots. So what they did, they fought each other. But these two guys right now, they are fighting. They are throwing some serious bombs. It's heavyweights. And they are fighting like as if they want to make sure they get the knockout. And these guys, I know Guido has a high knockout percentage. Let me see if Better Air, if I think that's how you say it. If his KO ratio is pretty high. Let me see. Alexis is 12 with 10 KO. So yeah, they have some pretty good knockout ratios, because Guido is 13 and 11. So here he go. What up, D'Angelo? What's up, man? I wish I could read your message, Beatrice, because I know you've been in here supporting for a minute. And so I'm just going to shout you out because you have the number 2 crowns. That means you've been in here for a minute. A lot of feints right now from Guido trying to get Alexis, trying to, what they claim, to bite. Very patient fight that Alexis is fighting right now. What up, D'Angelo? What's going on, man? Just waiting to get past this co-main event because we're all here for one thing only. See how Jaron Ennis looks at 154, right? I mean, there's undercard fights we wanted to see too, right? Some of us hardcores, but we're really here to see how Jaron looks. What up, chat? What up, Murd15? What's up, man? It's been a minute. Boots better get this dude out of here or he'll receive a wave of hate. I think even if he gets him out, he'll get a lot of wave of hate. I think, oh, good right hand from Guido. Got Alexis' attention, man. You got to be careful. Like I said, I'm not really hip to the Canadian. I've seen Guido fight and spar up close. I've seen him spar FA before they fought. So I'm very familiar with Guido. So I know regardless of the case, if he can get past Guido, then he's a real deal. But if not, then, you know, maybe it was too soon. Because all his fights was in Canada. When can you watch the fight in Colombia? Maybe the Zone? No, I don't stream the fight. I have the Zone, but it doesn't work because I'm out of the region. Really? You got to get a VPN then, brother. A VPN will probably save you. Is the Boots fight 10 or 12? It's 12 because it's for I think some sort of interim title, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check my email real quick. It's definitely 12, but let me see for what reason. Let me make sure I read. Boom. It's for the WBA interim title. It's a 12-round fight. So it's for the interim title. So it's a 12-rounder. Oh, shit. Guido just caught Alexis again. Yeah, this fight might be a little too much, man. You might have to get a VPN, Daniel. Oh, but a good lead right catches Guido. So Barriere is a Sugar Hill fighter, as in the one that trained Tyson Fury after the first Deontay Wilder fight. The guys are starting to exchange some serious hooks. There's a little knot forming underneath Guido's left eye. One of those lead rights from the southpaw stance Alexis probably got on Guido. Guido's putting a lot of pressure. Good traps. But Barriere landed a good left on Guido. Good left again on Guido. Right between the guard. Barriere seems like he's warming up a little bit more in this second round. Oh, another good left. Catches on Guido. These are good time shots from Barriere. And he catches Guido again. They clash heads. Typically with southpaw and orthodox, which these two guys are in, headbutts happen often. But Guido landed a couple good jabs. Barriere landed a good straight left that catches Guido. A good jab from Alexis. A good straight. These straight lefts from Barriere is breaking or hitting right between the guard of Guido. Really great round from Barriere. I like what I see from both guys. Just two solid heavyweights in shape, landing great counter punches, taking chances. So we got one more fight, and then we got the Jaron Ennis fight coming up. So this fight, and then we got the Jaron Ennis coming up. Diego Pacheco will fight Kevin Salgado in Stockton, California. Yeah, Barriere landed a good combination. Two good piece. Oh shit, I didn't start the third round. Sorry, my bad. Oh, good left right from Guido. Good right from Guido again. Good straight to the body. Good jab from Guido. These guys are going for it. Oh, good straight left from Alexis, then a right jab. Catches Guido and another straight left. Damn, dude, these 2-1s on Guido. Is Guido hurt? Oh! Oh! Oh, Barrier eats a good jab, but Guido looks kind of rocked. Guido is very stationary right now. Not doing a lot of lateral movement where what he's known for. Eating a lot of straight lefts from the southpaw stance from Barrier. A lot of movement going on right now. Another straight left from Barrier. Guido landed a good shot on Barrier. Another good right. Oh, good combination from Barrier. Oh, good jab. Yo, these dudes are going at it. Damn, this is a good fight. Yo, to be honest, while you guys are waiting for the Jaron Ennis fight, if you guys have the zone, definitely tune in. These two heavyweights are showing a lot of versatility and movement and shot placements. Typically, we watch heavyweight fights. There's usually kind of like some sort of getting out of breath, lack of creativity, very sluggish. But this is definitely solid heavyweight boxing. Both throwing serious bombs. I'm showing Jaron Ennis right now in the dressing room. Guido landed a good right hand. Oh, dude, these two are exchanging right now. Guido pushes Barrier to the floor. These guys are making it very physical, especially Guido, who's turning up his shots, putting a lot of pressure, taking a lot of chances, putting it on Barrier, not allowing him to box and place and sit his counter shots. Oh, good right hand from Guido. Guido's teeing off right now. Oh, but he eats it left. Oh, and an uppercut and a straight from Barrier. He gets pushed back on the ropes. Guido's still putting pressure on him. Guido's putting a whole bunch of jabs and lands a right. Got him on the ropes. Barrier clinches, tries to slow the momentum. Ref comes in and breaks them up. These two are eating some serious shots. Man, Barrier's looking tired. Guido looks like he got a second win. Eats a left coming in. They clinch. Ref comes in, breaks him up. Oof. Guido misses a right hand. Eats a left coming in. Eats another left coming in, trying to jab his way in. This is crazy. Oh, Barrier's rocked. He's on the ropes. He's about to go down. Oh, Guido's holding it. He's got his... Oh, right, left. Oh, Barrier's down. That boy Guido, man, I told you. He been in there with a lot of good guys, man. This might have been too soon. Guido putting a lot of pressure, showing that top rank on his shorts. Oh, 10 seconds. Oh, can Barrier get it out? Can he get out? Can he make it out? The ref is thinking about stopping it. The ref is thinking about stopping it. He gets saved by the bell. Oh, man, if there was a picture next to Saved by the Bell, put Alexis Barrier right next to it. Oh, my lordy. He literally was about to get stopped. He's about to get stopped this next round if he cannot recover in that corner. He's saying, tie that man up and stop being a tough guy is what Sugar Hill is telling him. So he's telling him to go in there and just... He said, if you ain't going to tie him up, take a goddamn knee. He's saying, stop being a tough man. Stop trying to get... Because he's recognizing he about to get stopped. Holy shit. Barrier's coming out trying to fight, but Guido is there too, fresh and ready. Trying to start. Oh, two-piece combination. Oh, Barrier's down on the ground. Oh, he ain't getting up. He ain't getting up. He ain't getting up. He ain't getting up. It's over with, man. The heavyweights doing what heavyweights do best. Knock him out. Get him out of here. Get him out of there, man. Yo, Guido is a problem at times, man. That boy is a problem at times, man. Damn, bro. Y'all ain't see it. I'm going to show you just a still shot of Guido putting him on his ass, man. Oh, my God. I'm going to show a screenshot. Yeah. So this is a screenshot. This is all I could show. I can't show. But Guido dropped his ass in that fifth round. Holy moly. Yo, he came over and whooped his ass. Look, I said it. I didn't know a lot about this Barrier dude. But if you can get past a Guido, that's a big deal in my opinion. Not saying Guido is like top 4 in the division, but he is not no slouch. He is not a slouch. So it might be a little too soon if he loses, because all his fights was out in Canada when I was looking on BoxRec. So hold on. Let me see. Is this the shot that I'm gonna try to get some stills for y'all? Man, can you show the fight? That shit ain't gonna tell on you. Go ahead. I ain't nobody. Well, it's not the fact that, listen, it's not the fact that you guys won't tell. It's the fact that YouTube tells, because there's a digital. How would I say? Like there's digital fingerprints is what I was to say. So they're able to actually identify. It's kind of like how we're able to find copyright footage of our stuff being used on other people's stuff. You get what I'm saying? So like that's the reason why. Like regardless of no one says nothing, it still tells them because of the digital footprint on their content. That's how sophisticated things have gotten now. All right, but let me see if that was the right hand that caught him. Let me see. That's not the punch that put him on his ass. Hold on. Let me see. I think this is the shot that put him on the ass. Yeah, right? Guido! Travis Kelce just got knocked out. Wow, chill, Corey. I think it was his right hand that one right there. Yeah, that was the right hand that sent him. See, I'll screenshot two more. That right hand that I showed you essentially made him fall straight into the ropes. Just like this, man. Just right on his back. Good right hand, man. Solid right hand, man. Guido decided to just take it out of the boxing range distance and made it a dogfight. And from that point, he fully has disarmed Alexis's solid counter left straight that he was landing almost at will at a certain point. So, shout out to Guido, man. Damn, man. Yo, I got 250 pounds of Ennis win, 712 or 110 cash out. Someone help what I do. Does that include stoppage? Like, does that include the stoppage in 7 and 12? What up, JJ? What's up, man? Guido brought the heat. Yeah, he did, dude. He completely changed the tempo of that because he was getting outboxed. Like, when he was in that mid-range, he was getting cooked with that straight left. But right after, he said, screw it. I'm going to get right into it. Yo, man, I'm telling you, regardless of what people say about Top Rank, if they have a network or not, you know, they don't pay their fighters or cheat, whatever the negative narratives are out there, one thing you can't really say about these Top Rank fighters is that they can fight, bro. They can fight. Beating Top Rank fighters is a big deal, in my personal opinion, because they have a great track record against a lot of promotional companies. They produce arguably the best boxers, you know, from De La Hoya to Floyd Mayweather to Manny Pacquiao to Terrence Crawford. I mean, like, you cannot dispute. They have great fighters, man. And this is what Top Rank also does right now. While they don't have a network, they have been matching their fighters so that it can still be active. So most times when a promotional company doesn't have a network, they kind of chill. The fighters don't really have the ability to kind of do things. And sometimes they'd say, hey, go off and fight. Top Rank right now, from my understanding, is actively pursuing, making, and maybe even paying promotions to get their fighters on the card. And seeing that Guido is fighting as the co-main on this Jaron Ennis fight and had a performance that looked that great against maybe would have been I think that might have been a matchroom fighter, how this was set up, because he was on the A side of this whole thing. I mean, it says something a lot. You know, Top Rank believes in their fighters, and they're keeping them busy. They're keeping them active, which I'm a really big believer of. Activity does matter. I know you always get an anomaly like a Terrence Crawford or something, but those fighters alone are extremely disciplined, active, and even then might do them more justice to rest than fight because of how well and talented they are. But other than that, activity is important for pretty much the rest of these fighters. And I think at this point, it shows that this fight, without the network, allowed Guido to get a win, get active, and polish his skills, man. So yeah, man, I would totally show, you know, Goodall if I could, though. But yeah, man, that was very impressive. What time is it? 10:23 on the East Coast. Can we get through this Jaron Ennis fight before 12? I think we can. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. Attorney Bailey, anyway, Bud Crawford, Shakur, Teo, Top Rank has a great scouting team. Even with the new people they picked up. They just picked up Scooter Davis out of Headbangers Gym, which I think is a great pickup. And if you've got to see some of Scooter Davis recently, I mean, that dude is straight up fun, entertaining, and vicious. So, what did the fight already start? I'm like, so the next fight will be the Jaron Ennis fight. So, I'm going to put that up right now. Let me. And then let me up the rounds. Guido just called out AJ. He said, highlight chain. All right, cool. How long till it starts? I don't know. It depends on however they move it. It shouldn't. I would assume it would have to be less than 30 minutes, because they're gonna do their pre-fight build up and all that stuff. I can't see it being any later than 30 minutes. So, but we're here getting ready for Boots, Jaron Boots Ennis. Katie Joyce is in the building. What's up, Katie? Boots. Arthur says first round KO. I mean, I know a lot of people don't know Lima, but I would be extremely impressed if he knocked him out in one round, because he seems like a pretty solid, durable guy. Just because I watched the Aaron McKenna fight, and he went the distance on a 7-day notice. So, 47 minutes. It better not be no 47 minutes. But I am favoring Jaron Ennis, you know. I mean, I see a lot of people actually came in there and picked Lima, which I'm assuming a lot might be from his hometown country of Portugal or where he's at. So I'm assuming that might be it. I don't think Jaron has that many haters to the point where they think Lima is going to win. But then again, maybe they see something that I don't. You know, that's why we watch the fights. But I think Jaron Ennis is going to box his way into a good position where he's going to press the action then later and then try to get a knockout. Andy Rizzo says, I don't really know anything about boxing, but I'm trying to get into it. That's why I'm watching this. It's my first time watching a boxing match, actually. Word? Really? I know nothing about Jaron Ennis or Lima. Really? This is your first time? What made you want to watch this fight then, Andy? I just want to ask. Lima? I keep saying Lima, right? You know why, Goods? And I'm sorry if I'm being disrespectful. The amount of people that says Lima beans as a joke has actually been very contagious to me. So in my natural inability to say someone's name is based on the fact of what I hear everybody else say on a regular. So Lima, you're right. I've heard Uisma Lima, Uisma Lima. But I keep saying Lima because I keep hearing the Lima bean jokes. So my apologies. But it's definitely Lima. You're right. Accidentally hit Lima. Oh, you accidentally hit Lima. You can actually, I think, change it and switch it to Jaron Ennis. Guido versus AJ. What you think? I mean, it depends on what version of AJ we get. I mean, I think Guido, like I was saying earlier, has definitely been a top 15 type of heavyweight. And the question is, has AJ slipped down to a point where he's a top, he's a bottom 15 type of fighter? Because if so, Guido could give him a tough fight. You know what I mean? But AJ has a lot of power. He's been on the big stage before. And to be honest, the fact that Guido did this to a guy that I've never heard of, and he's undefeated. Maybe this was his step-up fight. You know, he's fought mostly in Canada. Doesn't really give me the true confidence that now Guido's ready for AJ, regardless of what state AJ's at. But you never know, man. AJ has been definitely on a big decline. He's been knocked out. He's been out-styled. So, I picked this one because it was the first one that came out when I looked boxing fights coming up. Really? Okay. I already have background in martial arts. It's a black belt. Take one down. I want to try new one. Boxing looks pretty. Oh, that's what's up. Well, let me give you a little just a short story about this Jaron Ennis fight to understand. Jaron Ennis is essentially like naturally when you watch him fight, skill wise, he's like a phenom, right? However, with Jaron Ennis, he hasn't had an opportunity to put his skills to the test by fighting someone who arguably will give him the credit, not just because he looks great in fights, but he has fought great fighters. So he became a champion at one weight and he moved up. And that win at his division kind of let the world know like he has something, but the world still isn't really convinced for the most part. So he has all the goods when you watch him to be arguably one of the best fighters on planet Earth. You can watch him already tell, but he doesn't have the accolades. So he's in his second weight. This guy's supposed to be an introduction fight to see how he looks at this weight. But really, this fight, if he looks great, will set him up to fight. A fight will let the world know, okay, he's probably fighting an equal when it comes to on paper. And what I mean on paper is that when you match these two guys up, they look pretty competitive. Virgil Ortiz would be the guy where everyone wants to see Jaron Ennis fight. So Jaron Ennis looks great tonight. That will set him up to fight essentially his equal, and that would determine really who's going to be one of those new faces in the sport of boxing, you know? So, yeah, all good. Yeah, my bad. I definitely said Lima Beans all stream. Lima. Remember when Banana beat J-Rock could happen tonight? I was at that fight, to be honest with you. I rode up to that fight, and when that shit was going down, it was absolutely shocking because I didn't really know Jason Rosario like that. You know what I mean? And because of that, I saw Samson Lukowicz walk out, and I was like, that is why I will always never doubt Samson Lukowicz fighter, because he always has some weird, crazy fighter, like when Villa beat Rashidi Ellis, or when, you know, Fedora is now here, David Benavidez. I mean, Samson Lukowicz always has somebody. But I do remember that. And it could happen. Anything can happen. But I think what J-Rock is that J-Rock went to war with Jarrett Hurd as an underdog. And then he came home. It was a homecoming fight. And he lost there simply because I think maybe he underestimated Jason Rosario a little bit, you know. But Jason Rosario definitely had heavy hands. And I just don't really see... I don't know. I just don't see that. But if Jaron Ennis lose tonight, that would be upset of the year. When J-Rock lost to Jason Rosario, was that upset of the year? No. But it was pretty shocking at that moment of time. Just because how dominant Jarrett Hurd looks. And then J-Rock comes and beats him. And then Jason beats him. Then Charlo beats him. And then... I feel you on that. I'll definitely be entertaining. Yep. Open coming heavyweight, so scary. These are not prospects. Tarrant out of Australia, Moses out of England, Jaron Ennis, killer contenders. Yeah, Guido's definitely not a prospect for sure. You know, so I mean, it just really depends on what version of AJ comes to that fight if you fought Guido. So interesting. Do these guys both good? Well, Jaron Ennis is based off watching him, he looks like the goods. So because of that, this guy we're about to watch him face is relatively unknown for most, and he hasn't really had the opportunity outside of maybe one time to show what type of skill level he's at, and he lost that fight. And that was on a 7-day notice. So I think Lima is here as like sacrificial lamb to really be able to give Jaron Ennis an opportunity to show the world without the name on paper, but just watching him that he looks like that guy. That alone will help him become a person who can probably get into a fight where he can fight an equal, you know? Ortiz is not equal to Boots at all their styles. They're everything, nothing remote. Even close skill-wise, Boots the whole just like he's going to wash everybody. Well, Paris, when I meant on paper, that is his adversary. You get what I'm saying? Like, I would favor Jaron Ennis, too, to win the fight. But Jaron Ennis has not fought someone on paper to give him that kind of credence. You get what I'm saying? Because you have to say Jaron Ennis looks great against guys that don't really deserve the praise that Boots should be getting at the part of his career. He needs to fight guys that Virgil has been fighting, like Madrimov, who had a good competitive fight with Crawford. You know, Jaron Ennis and Virgil Ortiz on paper is a matchup that needs to happen because where they're at in their career is to fight each other. That's where they're at. Belt or no belt. They are at the point of their career where they need to fight each other, where they allow their resume to become better. You know what I mean? So if you're talking about stylistically, they are not the same, sure, but you have to call it for what it is. Virgil Ortiz and Jaron Ennis have arguably similar resumes, and you can probably give Virgil maybe a little bit more, especially if he gets past Lubin, because his track record shows more competitive fighters, more competitive fights with more accomplished fighters, and fighters that's been in a ring with more accomplished fighters. Jaron Ennis passes all the eye tests with flying colors, but you can only do that for so long until you need to see him do it with his equals or his superiors. As the favorite underdog, it doesn't matter. He needs to fight people, and if it's his fault or not fault, regardless, that is what it is. You got to call it for what it is. Like, you cannot just anoint somebody because he looks the part. He has to do it. And Jaron Ennis and Virgil Ortiz are two guys that look the part for a good point. Stylistically are different, but they need to fight each other in higher competition to get that type of level of credit. People are trying to compare Boots to Bud or Virgil to Bud, and those two guys have yet to fight a fraction of their equals, you know, that Bud has. You know, and I know Bud has got criticized for his resume for a long point in time. And it's kind of like what I'm saying, they need to do the same thing like what Bud had to do. He needed to get certain fighters that the public felt was worthy to get the praise. Boots needs to fight. So this is the fight that won't get him the praise, but it'll get him ready for that fight. You know what I mean? How's 44% people picking Lima? I think a lot of people here from his home country. D Brown, Zaquin Moses already fought and he won. Y'all will see why Lima is called the monster. I'm here to watch. I'm here to watch, man. I'm here to watch. So I'm always a firm believer that regardless if it seems like a mismatch on paper, you need to still watch it. You know what I mean? You need to watch it. I'm all for the underdog, so I'm going to root for Lima. Enough baby steps for Boots. I'm with you. I agree with you 100%. Boots gets tons of love for no reason. Flashy against guy below him proves nothing. I agree. Lubin beats Virgil. I mean, that's a good fight. And that's what I'm saying. Like, Virgil is doing more of the heavy lifting in a sense of kind of making on paper the fight good. Boots has the eye test, but Virgil is building a solid resume of guys if he gets through it. Vamos. Ennis in the 6th round TKO. Okay, I respect that. Bud is so far ahead of him. Yeah, especially at this point of his career. D.O. Bud's resume was wrongly criticized. Get it right. You know, in my honest opinion, I've been covering Bud for about 10 years, and I've been at like his last 9 out of 10 fights. I agree with that, but I understand why the criticism was there, because the names of the fighters he faced wasn't marketable, right? So there is a part of it where you do have to fight relatively known fighters because of the fact, and what I mean marketable is like they weren't known, right? And the reason why they weren't known or weren't marketable is because they didn't fight fighters also that was, how would I say it, that kind of warrant the respect of a great opponent. When you watch Bud's fighters, they were like good opponents based off like what you can see, what they can do, and some of the accolades they did outside of the professional careers, like a gold medalist. You can never say beating a gold medalist is not a good win. Bud beat 2 gold medalists, washed them. And even at a certain point, regardless of whatever the case people feel about his resume stacking up against all-time greats, Gamboa, Victor Postal, those were fights that was on paper at the time really, really good fights at the time when Terrence Crawford was fighting them. Jaron Ennis hasn't had a fight like that. And even with the Stanionis fight, I don't think the Stanionis fight alone was a fight where you really was like, I really don't know what's going to happen. When I watched the Jaron Ennis fight with the Stanionis fight, where I was at was, I don't know if he's going to knock him out or not. Like the 50-50 for me was, I know he's going to win, but is it going to be a knockout or by decision? See, the Victor Postal fight was a dangerous fight because he knocked out Matisse, and people thought that he ran Danny Garcia out. And here comes Terrence Crawford. Like, that was a very important fight at that time. And it really helped shape who HBO was going to try to push and who Top Rank was going to push. You know what I mean? So I agree with you on that. His resume was wrongly criticized, and that's why now everyone has to go back and eat crow, who's really not giving Terrence Crawford the credit. But however, he still got some sort of criticism which was valid, but that was only because of the fact he couldn't get the fights to help create that. But time and time again showed why he was a great fighter, because when you watch him, he had something about him that was different. And Jaron Ennis shows that, but at the same time, he needs to fight those type of fights. And at the age where he's at, you can only do so much before we need to see you fight someone. And that's just what happens. You know, regardless how good you are, you can only have so many of these type of fights until you have a meaningful fight in your career. So Lima is walking in the ring right now. Boots can't handle the power and the strength. The fight, no, I didn't finish that. Who wins the battle? I got Boots in this. Virgil beats Lubin. That's better than this, for sure. There is nothing, like I said, that's matching what Virgil's doing, going from Majimov to Boyacek, which I actually thought he lost to Boyacek, but Boyacek, Majimov, to now Lubin. You gotta say Virgil has the better resume if he beats Lubin. You got Lubin in that fight. That's a dangerous fight. We might be talking Lubin, Jaron Ennis. You know what I mean? Appreciate the live. I'm not home. Can't see fight. Get the like up. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, D Brown. Appreciate it, D Brown. You know, I'm gonna call it for what I see when Boots gets in the ring and they fight. I'm gonna call it for what I see. I don't really have any type of true favoritism, you know, to either one. So I'll be just as fair as I can. I do cover Jaron Ennis, and I do know his dad. I have covered him, so obviously I have some sort of relationship, but it's not a relationship where I'm going to be biased. One thing I do know is I do favor Jaron Ennis heavily in this because I am in the hype, right? I do like what I see of Boots. I just need him to do it against somebody who on paper can fairly give him the credit. You know what I mean? Like, it's like Roy Jones was whooping ass, but it really wasn't until he was like doing it against the Bernard Hopkins, the James Toney, you know what I mean? And then it was like, damn, he's not just fighting nobodies like Roy Jones says. He just makes them look like nobodies. So that's what Boots needs. He needs those guys to eventually make the guys right now we're facing go, you know what? Maybe those weren't as bad guys, you know, in hindsight. but we can't tell while we're watching in real time. Oh, you found a website? You don't know how far you're behind? Boots is getting ready to walk in the ring is where I'm at. Boots by decision. Boots washed everybody. Whoever the hell is speaking on him don't know what they are talking about. Yeah, I honestly favor Boots to win all these fights, Paris. Like, I favor Boots to win all those fights. I just need him to take those fights. Because eventually what's going to happen is the guys that I favor him to beat, those guys are building, they're going to build a better resume than him. Fedor is going to build a better resume than him. Virgil's going to build a better resume than him. You give Bacham some opponents that finally want to step in him, he might have a better resume than him. So you can't be the guy that has the goods, but not a good resume, let alone anything. You know what I mean? So I just want Boots, from what I believe is impressive as a solid, talented fighter, to take that and match it with a resume that now warrants the praise for more than just being he passes the eye test. Passing the eye test is almost as much as saying he looks intelligent, let's give him a quiz, and he fails it. Like, let's match the guy that looks smart, the guy that looks like he's going to pass the job interview, let's give him the job interview. He looks like he can drive a car, give him a driving test and see he can pass it. Like, there's only so much where you can say this guy looks like he can drive a car before you realize he can't. I think he can drive a car. I think he can do everything that everyone says he can do, and everyone that praises him, I agree with. But he needs to be able to do it with people that actually can give him credence. Stan Jonas was the first step. Villa was a nice little appetite, but Virgil Ortiz would do it well. Fedor would do it well. Cleaning out the division would do it well. And I think Boots is going to be one of the future guys in boxing, but he has to be able to get those fights, and he actually has to look spectacular if he wants to be considered the pound for pound guy in the future. You know what I mean? There's a lot of talented guys out there that really are building a solid resume. Bam Rodriguez is building a tremendous resume. He's more than just flash. He has the body of work to prove it. I think Boots is the flash. We just need the body of work. This fight is going to hopefully be the last fight that goes no more of this fill out, introducing, tune up, they're ducking. No more. This should be the last one, because once he can get that fight, he should be the fight that everyone chases. That's where you want to be. You want to be the fight that everybody wants to fight, because you are now the guy, regardless of the threat and the reward match. I think he's starting to become a rewardful fighter. So I don't think people are really ducking him. That's why I think you're starting to gonna hear him versus Virgil next year. That's why you might hear him and Fedor. That's why I feel like you might hear him and Bacham. I think you're gonna hear those fights appear, because he is now no longer a guy that's not really paying. He is. Is now the question is, does Jaron Ennis stop taking this cautionary step? I'm going to get an introduction fight at 154. I don't want to fight in Saudi Arabia. I won't fight Teofimo Lopez because he doesn't bring anything to the table. You need to fight these guys so that we can just see you really look like that against a live body. Teofimo Lopez tonight would have been a better opponent than Lima. I'm just saying that. But Lima has an opportunity to show us tonight that I'm completely full of shit and I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But I think I know a little bit what the hell I'm talking about, but we're going to find out, right? I'm going to read some of your guys' comments right before this starts. Ron, would you agree Spence left boxing? Boxing lost something. Seemed like Mike that left. Yeah, I think Spence was really good to the sport. But, you know, he also has to recover. And if he wasn't ready to come back mentally or physically, then I think it would be also just as bad to see him get into a fight and get cooked right away. So, but Spence is a huge asset to the sport, especially American boxing. Knock the boots off Boots. We're going to see what Boots is about. What some of y'all call the next Roy Jones. They've been saying that for years. They've been saying that for years. They've been saying that for years. We just now need to see it, man. Boots is not even ready to come out. They're doing national anthems right now. Lubin has been dropped hard. Maybe still residual effects. I think Virgil stops him. Yeah, I mean, I think Virgil does beat Lubin, but I wouldn't be surprised Lubin beats him. And that's why I think that's a really good fight, because it's competitive. We've seen Virgil get dropped. You know, we've seen Lubin get hurt and get stopped. But skillfully, Lubin has been in there with the best of them, win, lose, or draw. And he's shown that he can be competitive outside of the Jamel Charlo fight where he got caught early on. So he's not even ready. Lubin slightly shot more and looked a little slow in his last fight. Yeah, I mean, I think it's prime pickings for Virgil to fight Lubin. That's why I favor Virgil. But at the end of the day, Lubin has skills. You know, he had a great performance against Jesus Ramos, even though some people are torn in a decision. I mean, Lubin is there. You know what I mean? Lubin is there. He's stopped former world champions. He's competed with top guys. And he was going to go fight Bakram until that opportunity came through. So he was ready for a world championship fight. Should have fought Tio. That's what I'm saying. I think that would have raised his profile. I think Tio, even though he's a smaller guy, that fight would have had to been at 147 though. So Jaron would have had to stay one more time at 147, which I don't know how his body works. Maybe that would have been a dangerous fight for him because of it. You know, he looks like he's comfortable at 154 right now, and he looked uncomfortable at 147. But at the end of the day, you know, it is what it is. He's in his new weight, and we're not seeing the Virgil fight, but hopefully we can see it next. Boots has some nice wins, but not any big wins to me. I agree. The Villa win is a nice win. And even if some of the opponents isn't really A tier, he's having A tier performance against those guys as he should. He should be knocking out Kushto Clayton. He should be knocking out Ashley Theo. I mean, was it? No, it wasn't Ashley Theo Payne. It was Thomas Delorme. He should be knocking out Sergey Lipinets. You know what I mean? So he's doing what he's supposed to do. He got the Undertaker theme song. Yeah. He's a big wrestling guy. This is bad. It's by Boots. You're supposed to already have your wardrobe on. Think so? You think there's an omen going on right now? I don't think so. Dermot's going to beat the big man. That fight got called off right now. Boots show off. Well said, Ron. Who at the age really was fighting? Who at that age was really fighting top dogs? I mean, at what point? What era? You know, if we're talking about older era or this era? Because I mean, to be honest with you, Devin Haney, Teofimo Lopez. I mean, there's guys out there. Bam Rodriguez. I mean, a lot of people don't know the smaller weight classes, but Inoue was doing it. You know, you gotta really say, like, there is some of these guys that are taking fights pretty early on. I mean, some of it might be promotional issues in certain situations, but Abdullah is about to fight for his world title at like the age of like 20 something, and who knows what the next 8 years is going to be like, you know, right when he gets to this age, you know? So I'm not criticizing Jaron as in saying like it's his fault, but I'm just going to say, like, at this point where he has a big promotional company putting money behind him, he's selling out his, you know, he's having a hometown fight for like the third time. He for sure needs a definitive fight where people can stop saying he passes the eye test and say he beat someone where you're like, that was a good win. You know, like, we got to call it for what it is. We can't baby a person to their 30s. And when I mean baby, is keep giving like the praise when it shouldn't deserve it. I think Boots skillfully, I'm praising, but to anoint him. There's a reason why people don't have him on the top 10 for pound list, because he hasn't done stuff to be on it. You know what I mean? He has the ability to be a pound for pound fighter for sure, but that ability has to match the resume, and he's not really getting those type of resume kind of fights. I know the 147 was all, you know, held up by Crawford Spence. I get it, but it still doesn't make it okay to just start just giving him the praise. He needs the fights. I was going to go to this fight. I spent big ducats on the Crawford fight though. Oh, for sure. That's a better fight to be at. Anyway, got a better resume. Well, I mean, anyways, like knocking on like, you know, generational top 5, top 10 of this, you know, anyways, knocking top 10 best of the last 10 years. You know what I mean? Like you can put him in that conversation. Boots has to tighten up his defense. Taking shots like that from champs isn't advisable. I agree. I don't know if it's overconfidence and not respecting his opponents, but his defense can be a little leaky. So, given an update, Lima is in the ring. Jaron is in the ring. They're doing ring announcements. So, I'm going to be ready to call the fight really soon. I don't care how good Ennis may appear in this fight. He's a forever hype job and tune-up champion. At this very moment, that's the criticism where I'm saying, like, it's fair to give because he hasn't won on paper that hype that people give him. Really, you win fights and you win the respect on the opposition you're facing. Win, lose, or draw, even if you make it competitive. Because that's all people care about is being in competitive fights. You do that in a competitive fight on paper, then people will respect you. And I think people respect Jaron Ennis for his ability, but they don't respect him because he doesn't have on the paper what other fighters have already done at a younger age on a consistent basis if they're around his age. And even if they're older and had similar situations, they did it. They got their fight. So in hindsight, you can't say nothing about it. You know what I mean? Now we know. So we can't speak in this point of his career like he's all that until he does it. So, but do I think he can do it? I think he can. You know, they was ducking boots. That's fair. I mean, if you feel like the reward wasn't there, but the reward is now. You know what I mean? Yeah, anyway, definitely. It's not, you can't even bring up anyway next to Boots. You can't even do that. Boots doesn't call Ortiz out this fight. I'm going to go after all Philly. You should have asked for that fight. Boots is 30, fighting coming in not early. He's 28. All right, we'll see. This is about to start. I've been following Boots. Yeah, I've been following him for an extremely long time. And hopefully we can get that Virgil fight. So, right off the gate, Jaron Ennis is in an orthodox stance while Lima's in the southpaw stance. Jaron landed a good jab. Lima's putting pressure, pushing Jaron Ennis back a little bit. Both guys look relatively the same size, so Jaron Ennis tries to throw a right hand and barely misses. Jaron Ennis on his back foot. I expect Jaron Ennis to box this fight. And what I mean box is like take his time, try to break down. Good right uppercut, and he catches a left hook from Lima. He blocked it. Lima has kind of like a little, I want to say irky jerky style, but he goes side to side and he does some feints. A lot of feints, a lot of little in and out bounciness from Lima. Jaron Ennis doubles up on the jabs. Oh, good right uppercut from Jaron Ennis. Oh, and he drops Lima in the first round with a vicious combination. Jaron looked good. He gonna get him out in this first round. He about to get him out of this first round. He about to get him out of this first round, man. Oh, the right drops Lima. The ref is counting. Hey, this is Roy Jones-esque. It's just not the opponent. It's not the opponent we want. Roy Jones-esque. Jaron looking beast. He's in the southpaw stance now. He's teeing off. Lima ain't gonna make it out this round, man. He getting dusted. He ain't. Oh, it's over with. 2 minutes in. Tower thrown. Ref stops it. Jaron Ennis gets him out of there. And here he is. 154. Jaron Ennis has entered. Got him out. Didn't look an inch bad. Looked phenomenal. Looked tremendous. Roy Jones-esque, they say. He looked superb. He looked vicious. He looked mean. The combinations was good. He fought orthodox. He fought southpaw. He went all out. He hurt the man. He finished him, dropped him. In 2 minutes, it's done. So, this is what's going to happen now. Because you look so great and you look so good, you have to go, well, who did he do it against? And you go on paper, and this is what I spent building up to the whole entire fight. He fought Lima. He's supposed to do. It's not Virgil. It doesn't count. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, blah, blah. Right? And that's what I was saying going to this fight. You cannot have these type of performances against a guy that nobody was asking for and against a person that doesn't have a name, solid resume, done something. They're always going to criticize because they're going to say it's a tune-up, a tomato can, a fill-out fight. And you know what? They're not wrong. But the way he took that tomato can and crushed it, you would have thought he was like a bulldozer, like just crushing. Like, there is no reason why this bulldozer and this little itty bitty tomato can should be in the same room. But guess what? He looked like a bulldozer. He looked tremendous. He looked all that. We just won it against a guy with a name, a guy with an equal resume, a guy either with a belt, a guy that has been fighting equal competition, a guy that everybody's asking for. Please make it happen. Please have a performance like that, because they say you're supposed to do that. You're supposed to do that. So when you do that against Virgil Ortiz, where many people feel like you ain't supposed to do that to him, that's when everyone goes, well, damn, I was wrong. Damn, that was a good win. Damn, I don't know if anyone can beat him. Damn, that might be the next pound for pound fighter in the world. You get what I'm saying? This dude called him a professional fall guy. You know what I'm saying? I promise you guys, if Jaron Ennis did this to Virgil Ortiz, the chat would not be saying this. So that's why I'm pleading. Please give us Jaron Ennis versus Virgil Ortiz by the early next year. If Terrence Crawford is leaving the sport soon, we need to have these new compelling matchups with the next generation. Jaron Ennis, Virgil Ortiz, Fendora, Bakram, please, all you guys mix it up. I'll do Jaron Ennis versus Xander Zayas. It don't matter. Make it happen. Make Virgil Ortiz and Jaron Ennis early next year. I will get on a flight. I will cover that card, and I will enjoy myself. Not here, but there. And you guys should, because really, this is not the fight we should be celebrating. This is not the fight that we should be gloating. He did that, and he looked like what we thought. Superman against lower competition. Was anyone surprised? No. Now, did I call first round knockout? No, I didn't. I said maybe over 6. But he looked superb. He looked tremendous. Someone in here said, well, Arthur said it was first round, right? You did. You were the one that said first round. I'll give you that. All right? But however, we need to stop with this shit. We got to stop with the Limas. We got to stop with this shit. And there's no disrespect to Lima, because I know a lot of people came in here from Portugal that are Lima fans, so I'm not trying to disrespect. But there's a level difference. And hopefully you guys see what I'm talking about. Jaron is not an ordinary fighter. But we need to see him in those fights so we can actually be right. We got to stop just saying he's like a tremendous fighter. We got to see it in real time against real competition on his level. Lima will be great against an up-and-coming 154 guy, but not Boots, not Jaron Ennis. Jaron Ennis needs better competition. If you want to call him the next Roy Jones, fair. Because guess what? Roy Jones had the same issue until he fought James Toney. And you know what I mean? I don't even know if he really got credit for Bernard Hopkins, to be honest. But when he fought James Toney, people started to really respect him. So in my personal opinion, we need that same thing for Jaron Ennis. That's not happening to Ortiz or Tio. See? And that's what I'm saying. The resistance on the opponent will allow people to really give Jaron Ennis credit, or really find out he's really not that guy, and he was who people also thought he was, hyped up. But you can't give him these guys forever. You can't, because it doesn't do him any justice. It doesn't help him. It only hurts him. It really hurts him. At this point at his point in the career, everyone who's a boxing fan realizes he's a top 154 pounder. He's a top 147 pounder. He's a top fighter. However, we cannot give him that until he fights those guys. And I think Jaron Ennis can beat every single one of those guys. Tio, Virgil, Bakram, you name it. But until he gets in the ring, I don't know. I can't tell you the future. I can't tell you what happens. I have to sit there and watch it in real time just like you guys and think that Jaron can do it. But until he actually does it, I can't give him the credit. QC says he washes Tio. Boots needs to fight Fundora. Boots needs to be tested. They keep giving him trash cans. Boots going to fight Mendoza. Watch. Yeah, Boots won in 2 minutes. Knocked him out. Boots beats the shit out of that boy. Fight Thurman for all I care. Or Boots can fight the guy that's Crawford vacated WBA 154 title, the African guy, German, I believe, who won an interim title before going up and graded a regular WBA. Eric Bell says, what up, Eric? I didn't even see you sneak in here. He fought a bum. Exactly. See? We all think Jaron Ennis is a good fighter. We're past the good fighter stage, right? Everyone in the chat, we are all beyond, is Jaron Ennis a good fighter? We know he's a good fighter. We can watch him and we can think he's a great fighter. But damn it, can we get him a great fight? Can we see it? Jaron Ennis might as well just keep fighting people in the gym. He didn't mention Bakram, you said?
If you don't win, I'll fight Lou. I'll fight the winner of that. But I want Virgil Ortiz next. And if we can't get Virgil Ortiz next, I heard that Baby Cub was calling me out too. Charlo, he can get it next.
Oh, okay.
Fundora.
Okay.
What's his name? Baccarat, Bartram. The IBF champ, he can get it.
Bakram.
Everybody 154 can get it. I'm missing somebody. Who I'm missing? Xander can get it.
Xander.
154, I'm belt chasing. This is my division. 154 is mine. I'm on tour.
We heard a lot from Virgil's team over the last.
Hey, he said Bakram. He said Bakram.
Too much talking. That's next. It's in their hands now.
Congratulations, Boots.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, he said them all. He said Bakram. He said Virgil. He said Xander. He said, did I forget anybody? Fundora. He said everybody. That sounds good. I like it. I believe he does want them. But please, boxing gods, please, promoters, please, Eddie, Turkey, whatever, whoever it is, figure that shit out, please. Because I'm not here to bash Boots. I'm just bashing the idea that we are not getting the fights that we want to see with Boots. And until we do, Boots will remain to get criticized forever, if it's fair or unfair, justified or not, if it's his fault or their fault. We cannot pull out the red carpet and we cannot pull out our life savings and say comfortably, I think this guy is the best pound for pound fighter and he can beat everybody, until he gives us at least one of those type of fights. He called him. He said he wants them. He said them by name. He didn't forget a Xander. He didn't forget a Fedor. He didn't forget a Bakram. I know we keep talking about Virgil because it seems like the most lucrative fight. He has the ability, like Dane says, the ability to beat any one of those champions in the super welterweight division. All 4 champions. Boots, Spence. He said Charlo. He said all of them. Called them all out. Spence needs that redemption. Fight a Spence. But would Spence want to fight? Somebody, please. I'm hearing he's supposed to fight Virgil in spring next year. I got a call. It's supposed to be in Vegas. It's supposed to happen in Vegas. We'll see.
Well, I'm here now. This they say there's a smoke at. I'm the chimney.
Looking forward to that. Hopefully, next fight, Boots Ennis, Virgil Ortiz, early.
We gotta get him some better catchphrases though. You wonder where the smoke's at? I'm the chimney. We gotta get a little bit better catchphrases. But I ain't hating on the catchphrases too much because he can fight. I just need to see the fights. I need to see the fights, man. We need to see the fights. Watching for the Philippines. What up, boss? I want to see it just like you. He did mention Bakram. He did. He won it. He won it. Listen, I'm not doubting Boots does not want these fights. And I'm not also saying that it's all his fault. But please, whatever the case is, I'm tired of just sitting here saying this talented fighter does not deserve praise because he cannot be in the ring with fights that would warrant him the praise. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's like I'm forced to say, who'd you beat? You haven't done nothing. You haven't really shown the world nothing. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, damn, I want to praise your performances because you look great. Your combination setups look great. The way you set shots up, the way that you're mixing up the combinations, the way you can switch using the jab. It's like, you get what I'm saying? Like, he's doing the things in the ring that I want a fighter to do. So I can't criticize that. He's using the jab effectively. He's going to the body. He's doing the feints. He's setting up the shots. He follows up well. You know what I mean? He's doing what I want a fighter to do. But I just need it against the guys. I need it against the guy. Eddie, please take the money that you're ripping fighters off. If you are, and if you're not, sell a boat, sell a yacht, sell something, sell your two. If you got 2 Lamborghinis, sell them so you can pay the fucking opponent to get in the ring. You get what I'm saying? Like, Eddie, go look into your closet. Go look in your closet. If you got something that's worth a lot of money, sell that shit. And then take that money and give it to the opponent. He said that catchphrase was lame as fuck. Like I said, I'm not a fan of the catchphrase. I wasn't feeling the chimney. It's Boots. It's not her. And look at Andrade's career. But that's what I'm saying. Like, yo, Eddie, can you please, like, go find something that you're not even wearing or using. If you got a watch, dude, I didn't even change the timer because he knocked him out in 2 rounds. Look, if you have like 3 Marc Jacobs and a couple, Rolexes. Like, let's say you got 4 Rolexes you ain't even wearing. Sell that shit, Eddie. Sell that shit and then take that money and then bam, here's an extra $2 million right on the table for his opponent. Bow. Stop being greedy. Stop being greedy. Pay somebody. Even if they don't deserve the money, just get the money and just figure it out. You're rich. You're rich. You're rich. You get what I'm saying? Rich. Sell some shit. Give it to one of these fighters that is not rich. And now we got to fight. My man put out the Sean Porter. Boots is overrated. I know what Sean meant. It's the resume thing. You know, you can't rate someone if the resume isn't there. But my man said Fedor for the upset. Hey, Fedor has proven a lot of people wrong, man. My man said, I'm fuming. Why are you fuming? Just like Tank can be beat. Anyone can be beat. Anybody can beat. They bleed like we bleed. Anyone in this chat on a good day, on a bad day for them. If Jaron Ennis broke his ankle in that ring and you landed a punch, even if it didn't hurt him, he broke his ankle, he slipped and fell. Anybody can get beat. Anyone could beat anybody. Boots destroyed that boy quick. I have never seen a KO that quick in boxing. That was bad, man. My man said Boots can't be beat. I mean, I favor Boots in all those matchups, but we got to see it, man. Team Lima, no matter what. That's fair. Look, he took a fight where probably a lot of people didn't, because you knew what it was. I mean, maybe you didn't, but we knew what it was. That's why a lot of people in the chat's upset, because not at Lima, but the fact that we were supposed to watch Boots is too comfortable fighting at home. Yeah, he is. I think at this point he's just comfortable fighting guys. You know what I mean? We got to see if he's really that comfortable fighting them other guys. You know, I'm not gonna lie. Boots sent me a contract for his next fight. Should have took it. Should have took it. So at the end of the day, man, I do feel like Jaron Ennis criticism based on the people he's faced is valid, but his ability to continue to show the world why he is a guy that everybody wants him in every single matchup. You could even hate. You can legitimately hate Jaron Ennis, but you still want to watch him fight in those type of fights, because part of your heart knows that he can fight and he will be a compelling matchup for anybody. You know what I mean? So I think we're just exhausted. You know, boxing fatigue, fight buildups, fights not happening when they're supposed to, things being dragged on, fights that don't seem like they're ever going to happen. Shakur and Tank don't seem like it's ever going to happen. You know, certain fights we were supposed to get that never materialized. So we're kind of tired of the fights that we're just left with, and not the fights that us boxing hardcore fans and even casuals continuously feel like we deserve. Like, why aren't we getting the Virgil and Jaron Ennis fight? Why aren't we getting Fedora and Bakram? Why aren't we getting these type of matchups? You know? So us fans sometimes take it out on the fighters, but at this point, Jaron Ennis, you have used your last continue. If it's your fault or not, please do next year make a fight where everybody in the boxing world gets out of their seat and goes, they did it. They did it. They took this dude, Jaron Ennis, and this dude, Virgil Ortiz, and managed to get these dudes to sign a contract. They did it. They managed to get this dude Fedora and Bakram, or Fedora and Virgil, or Virgil. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they did it. You know, nothing is better than waking up and checking Twitter or checking YouTube and seeing fight announced. A fight that I always wanted to see. A fight that I have to question. Even though I'm confident this guy wins, maybe there is a way he can lose. You get what I'm saying? Maybe this fight is too risky. That feeling of waking up is almost like Christmas. You wake up and you see announce date, venue. This guy that I enjoy watching versus this guy I enjoy watching. Undefeated. They're risking it for us, our entertainment. That is one of the most best feelings in boxing to feel. And then them actually making it to the ring, they're being their names announced, and then that first ding. Because now you know no one got injured, no bullshit happened, no failed drug test, no promotion shit, no car accident, nothing. That's probably the better feeling. The other feeling I'm talking about is the second best, but you know what I mean? Man, I'm in shock mode. I can't believe what I just witnessed. Boots is the real deal. Dude, Boots has always been that kind of guy. We just need to see him face one of those other guys. You know what I mean? What if Virgil does Lubin in one round? right? What if Virgil just destroys Lubin in the first round? We really are going to be screaming for that fight. What if Virgil gives Lubin the beats of his life? Beats by Lubin, headphones. Beats by Virgil, right? Beats by Virgil Ortiz. Just straight ass whooping. Maybe not 2 minutes like Jaron, but straight, systematically beat the dog shit out of him. We will be screaming at our TV, make that fight. Even if I feel or you feel one person beats the other guy, it don't matter. You know why? Because we want to see the fight. We don't care at times of being right. Do you, honestly, let's keep it real. Do you actually care about being right more than actually getting the fights you want? That's how I feel. Because if people gatekeep the idea of, I don't want to see my guy lose, but I want to make sure he's ego, haha, this guy lost and blah, blah. I don't want to see Virgil keep taking risky fights and not make it to the Boots fight. Because every time Virgil take a fight, I'm like, ugh, Virgil taking that fight? Ugh. He taking the Matchmall fight? Ooh, he taking the Lubin fight? Ugh. And that's why I give Virgil on paper more credit than Boots, even though I think Boots is fundamentally looks like the better fighter, because Ortiz is getting busy in those type of fights where I'm like, ugh, you know? So I would favor Boots to beat everybody, but he needs those fights where you can't shit on him because of the resume stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you can continue to say, man, Boots is an amazing fighter against nobodies. Boots looks like a god against guys he's supposed to. Boots looks undefeated and unbeatable against tomato cans. Like, that's the conversation Boots always has. If he gets fights where I'm like, yo, like if half the fan base is Virgil and they go, yo, know what? I didn't know he was. I didn't know what type of fight I was gonna get. You know. Virgil is a nice, solid opponent, dude. I'll be honest with you. I thought Madrimov would have beaten Virgil, and I was wrong. So Virgil steps up to the plate. He does. I didn't think Virgil was going to beat Madrimov. I'm dead serious. I did not. I was wrong. So I have to give Virgil huge credit. And maybe some people go, well, that's because you didn't think highly of Virgil. No, it's not that. It's the fact that regardless, even if I thought he would win the fight, that's still a good fight. When you kind of have to hesitate. Dude, even if I think Jaron beats Virgil, I have a little hesitation. Because Jaron hasn't fought nobody on Virgil's level. He hasn't. And anytime you put a fighter like that, you have to go, I mean, I think Jaron will win this fight. I do. Even if I'm 90%, but that's a good fight. I like it. Virgil proved me wrong before. If he proves me wrong twice, I'll never doubt him. You know what I mean? That's where Virgil's at. Virgil is at a point where if he beats Boots, I will never doubt Virgil, because it's not because of the eye test. It's because he proved to me on paper that boy is someone do not fuck with. Because I thought I knew boxing. I thought Madrimov would beat him. I thought Boots would beat him. Little do I know, this dude Virgil is crazy. And the only way we really will find out is if we put him in the ring. I would have always picked Madrimov to beat Virgil until they got in the ring. And when Virgil beat him, that's when I knew, shit, that's a good ass dude. That's a good fighter. You know what I mean? So in the same situation with Boots and Virgil, you really never know until they fight each other. And vice versa, right? Saludos, Ron. Who has Virgil fought on Boots level? Bro, at this point, it's not about who do I think Boots beats Virgil? Yes, I do think he beats Virgil. It's not about that. But I've talked about the fact that Virgil was in a fight that I thought he would lose, and I was wrong. So Virgil fighting Boots will be another time where Virgil has an opportunity to prove me wrong again. And that's what I want to see in boxing. Those type of fights. because Boots should be the favorite because of the fact that he looks so damn dominant against all his guys. Tomato cans, you want to call them taxi cab drivers, whatever. But we still need to see if he can do that against a guy from a competition level from here to here. That's a huge step up in competition. It is. Call it what you want. Call it me fanning Virgil Ortiz, whatever. It is a huge jump up of competition from here to here. And Jaron knows that. That's why he wants those fights, because he wants to shut the people up who doubt that he can't beat those guys. And those are the fights we want to see. Jaron called out Fedor, Ortiz, Lubin. Everyone has signed the contract. Did a motherfucker try to block me? Because I said, I don't think no one tried to block. We don't block unless you're like a bot and just sending a whole bunch of dumb shit in here, which you're not. So, Blunt, you weren't. Robbed everyone thousands for that bum-ass fight. Bud ran from Boots. If anything you should know right now, Bud don't duck nobody, bro. Because everyone and their mamas thought Bud was out of his freaking mind to go up to 168 and fight Canelo Alvarez on a 14-month layoff. Okay? Come on, dude. You should know better at this point, thinking that Bud is ducking Boots. This is what I do know. Bud ain't going to 154, and Boots ain't going to 160. All right? And that fight ain't going to happen simply because they are just not going to meet at a weight. That's facts. Jaron is not going to 160. And Bud is not going to 154. Okay? It's just, it is what it is. And really, at the end of the day, why are we even doing that? Boots hasn't even fought nobody. And it's not disrespect to Boots, as he can't beat those bodies. You have to understand, this dude just fought Canelo Alvarez. I wouldn't be surprised if this motherfucker fights Jake Paul next. He's at that part of his career. You know what I mean? Eddie said the contract is signed. Brando, I got a call 3 months ago saying, Ron, would you go out to Vegas to cover Jaron Ennis? And I'm like, depends on what fight. Because if he fights like, which is right now, like a Lima, I'm good, bro. And it's not the fact that I have an issue with Boots. I've covered Boots for a very long time. You can go on FightHype years ago. I got my thumbprint on covering Jaron Ennis before a lot of motherfuckers even know who Jaron Ennis was. So trust me, I've been covering for a long time and giving him proper coverage. But the thing is, what I'm saying is, like, I'm not going to spend my time and my hard-earned money to go out there unless it's something, you know, that I'm ready for. To be like, about time. And I was told, Ron, that Virgil Ortiz fight happened in Vegas. And I'm like, word? Well, now we talking. Because that might get me out of my house, you know. Granted, we'll cover the fight. It's not like we have people right now covering the fight as we speak. Like, I got reactions going on right now. I'll play some while you guys are in here. But you get what I'm saying? So I got that call a few months ago. So because of that, if that's true, you're going to see my ass at that fight with the Birdman hands, like, about time. So it's long overdue. And I think at this point, we all agree, if you hate Boots, love Boots, you would definitely love the idea of seeing him in a fight with Virgil Ortiz. And if it really is true, from the call I got to what Eddie's saying, then we cooking. We got something. No more of these pity-pat fights. Boots just said Ortiz fights contract signed already. Like I just said, I got the call. Ron, would you go out to cover Boots next year in Vegas? I said, depends on who. Virgil Ortiz. Now we cooking with hot grease. That fight won't happen because it does nothing for Bud at the moment. It doesn't, exactly. Boots would easily go to 160. He ain't going to 160, Taj. I got phone calls. Recent phone calls. I'm telling you right now. I'm well connected I'm not saying this shit just to sound like to sound cocky. I'm telling you things by very credible people, very in the know how this stuff. It's not. It's Boots ain't going to 160 for right now. Bud ain't going to 154. It is what it is. That fight ain't happening, and if Boots does go to 160, it's gonna have to be a lot of money for Bud. You know. You want Bud to lose to Boots so bad it won't happen. At this point, man, like, let Boots have his own career, let Bud have his own career. It's like Thurman and Floyd all over again. When Floyd was on the top and he retired, Thurman had to fight Danny. Boots got to fight Virgil. And we got to figure out, once again, all over again. But I favor Bud over Boots right now. And I favor Boots over Virgil right now. But at the end of the day, none of that shit matters until they get in the ring. I want no one fight. I don't want to fight no one. He said, stepping people just the easy money. I can't wait. Boots' speed is so much for Ortiz. Fans will see. Yeah, man. I got Boots. But never count out anybody who has made it to this level, man. You know, that's when you see magic happen. If Virgil beat Jaron Ennis, that would literally be magic. Like, I want everyone in here to really think about that. If we saw Virgil legitimately beating Boots, that would be an insane, magical night of boxing. You know what I mean? And we have those magical nights in boxing that happens throughout years. You never know when it happens, though. You know what I mean? Like, I favor Boots. That's just my honest opinion. I favor Boots, and I think Boots is a tremendous talent, and I think he can clean out the division. But a lot of times people feel that way about a certain fighter, and things happen, man. Habits do exist in every fighter. And when you do a sport long enough, you develop a habit, and those fighters sometimes can exploit it. And when they do, it is one of the most insane, crazy things in the sport of boxing. Virgil duck Boots. He's going to come with an excuse. No, he didn't hurt Canelo. Sure, he beat his ass. Facts, this fight was trash. I mean, there was a reason why, personally, I decided to just do a live stream today, you know? Because it didn't really intrigue me as much as, like, the idea of him fighting Virgil and Fedor. And I say that out of no disrespect. It's just, we're past that time now. We're past the hype building time of Jaron Ennis. You know, this would have been a really great fight 6 years ago. You know what I mean? Where we're trying to figure out what Boots' capabilities are. But now, since we do know his capabilities, we really want to see him fight his contemporaries, his equals, you know? Boots would beat the shit out of Virgil. Boots would be at 160 within 6 years without Bud. The Bud fight does nothing for him. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we don't need to just say, like, he needs the Bud fight. Like, let him carve his own lane. Like, David Benavidez, at this point, cannot wait for Canelo, and he can carve his own lane. David Benavidez being Arthur and a Bivol would be so impressive that without the Canelo fight, it won't give him that casual notoriety where he can probably get an increase in fan base if he won a Canelo fight. But when it comes to his own legacy and building his own legitimacy, he doesn't need that fight, you know? And Boots don't need Bud. And I think they're at that point where he needs to start making and pressing the action for these fights in his division. Canelo 60% of his fight. He's had too many fights. Bro, at the end of the day, I get what you're getting at, Lorenzo, but any person who legitimately did what Bud did would be considered suicide. And when Bud was doing it, it was definitely considered suicide. Even I, and I'm a big Bud guy, was like, ooh, really? Ooh. I've talked to Bud myself, and I was like, ooh, really? Last time I checked on camera, you said, when people asked you, would you fight Canelo, you looked at him like, are you stupid? Would I go up there? No. If he came back down, yeah. No. So even when he said it, I was like, the champ said it himself. So why am I? But it took me the final week to go. I'm going all in. Terrence Bud Crawford. Which I think some people don't really believe I picked Terrence Crawford. If you don't, I have a Yahoo article of me breaking the fight down. So, what you guys arguing about Tank? When you guys killing Tank? Tank own boxing. Tank and 2, you a fanboy? Girl. Yeah. I'm not. We ain't gonna go. Why you keep putting Tank down? Yeah. Tank's a whole nother story. Tank's a whole nother story. You know. Tank's a talented guy who wants to run his own career the way he wants to do it. That's just how it is. I'll just leave it at that for right now. Bo was on a bike with big ass gloves. Mayweather strategy. I mean, call it what you want. Call it what you want. Canelo picked the fight. Canelo picked the fight. Bud didn't pick the fight. Don't be surprised Virgil gets upset by Lubin. Probably not. All right, I'm going to play some reactions. This is Richardson Hitchens at the fight.
FightHype, Richardson Hitchens. Yo, talk, man, what's your reaction to this incredible knockout? Jaron Ennis.
His power carried the 154. That's what it looked like. He looked more healthy, more dangerous. That was a great performance.
Great, man. First round, man. I mean, he couldn't have done any better, right? Is he the best fighter at 154?
I'm not going to say that yet, but that was a great introduction, though. Great introduction.
Definitely. How does a fight with him and Virgil Ortiz play out?
It's going to be a good fight. Virgil can't run into shit like that.
Yeah. Definitely, man. When we going to see you out?
I'm back in the ring, top of next year.
That's it, man. Any names?
Not yet.
Not yet. Soon.
Yes, sir. Best for the best. Richardson Hitchens. I'll be back defending my world title at 140. Make sure y'all tune in.
That's it, man. We ready, man. Thank you, Rick. Coach Lenny, what's your reaction to that incredible performance by Boots?
I mean, yo, everybody thought he couldn't do it at 154. They wanted to see it happen. Tonight they saw it happen. I mean, he was spectacular.
He shut down all the critics, right?
I come again?
He shut down all the critics, right?
Shut down all the...
AJ, are you talking to me? I can't tell if you I can't tell if you talking to me, AJ. If you are, when am I being a fanboy? If I am, I don't mind addressing it.
He came out focused, superb. I mean, he moved left, he moved right, then he switched, and it was all over. It was good night.
Absolutely, man. I mean, Sebastian Fundora's hurt. That thing got, his thing got canceled because of the injury, right? Sebastian Fundora, the fight got canceled with him and Keith Thurman. Now, he can go into a fight with Virgil Ortiz. Who wins that fight, Lenny? With Boots and Virgil Ortiz, who wins?
I gotta give it to Virgil Ortiz. I mean, I'm sorry. I gotta give it to Boots. I gotta give it to Boots because of his dimensions. He has so many dimensions. I mean, he can go left, he can go right. He can punch and punching.
Boots might be the best at 154, right?
He is the best.
That's it, man. That's it. Yeah. All right, that's it. Thanks, Coach Lenny.
Why are you coming at me, AJ? What'd I do? What am I being a fanboy of, AJ? Come at me, AJ. What up, Mort? Young fella, I'm new to your channel. Seems like you got to approach unboxing. I appreciate it. Look, I'm just a boxing fan just like everybody else, you know? I like certain fighters. I have certain expectations for other fighters that might be unrealistic. I might fan certain fighters more than the other. But I try to be as fair as I can. You know what I mean? And that's just my honest opinion. You're more than welcome to disagree. But at the end of the day, you know, I was a fan of boxing before any of these guys who are currently boxing. So, but on a pro scene, you know. But appreciate it. He was a champ at 147. He could come at 154, get a title as a champ. Eddie got the money, but Boots don't want to fight no one. He's happy getting money, getting fighting at home. I just don't think that, man. I just legitimately don't think that. You know, I think you sucking up to Scooter. Oh. You don't like my Scooter interviews? Why do you like my Scooter interviews? Why don't you like my Scooter interviews? Is there something in the Scooter interview that you want to critique me on, my friend? Because I am more than welcome to discuss criticism, because I am not above criticism. So if there's something you would like for me to ask young Scooter, then more than welcome to. But if I'm bigging up a young up-and-coming prospect, because that's what we do to all of them. I bigged up Zaquin. I bigged up Cormel. I bigged up Abdullah. I bigged up Scooter. You can find that same type of interview for all of them. So I'm just asking specifically, what did you like about me giving a fighter a platform and giving him his accolades? Let's get you an interview with Tank. I have interviewed with Tank. I've interviewed Tank before. I don't understand where you're going with this, AJ. Just be direct and specific, because I'll be more than welcome to address any type of criticism. If you know what I mean? Like, I'm not above it. What up, Coda? Boots is him. Oh, man. I know you happy, man. I'm going to play this Bozy reaction real quick. Boots is undisputed 154. We just got to get the fights to happen, man. The Boots haters are crying. Standing with his Boots, best one. That's ridiculous. So I'm saying, man, like, we got to get his resume up. You know what I mean? Do it again. Like, do you like it? Do you like Tank? Do you want me to interview Tank? Like, I'm just trying to understand, like, you want me to interview Tank, right? Is there something you want me to ask him? Because I honestly, I see both sides of everyone's story. You know what I mean? So when I do an interview, my thing is not really to push my personal agenda on them, but more than likely give them the opportunity to speak their narrative. You know what I mean? So, like, for example, with Tank and Roach, I use that for example. I understand Tank's side, and I understand Lamont Roach's side. You know what I mean? Like, I understand both sides. But that's the thing. There's two sides of every story. And so I'm just trying to understand, like, is there something that you would like for me to ask him? Because I do sympathize for all fighters. And Tank, I sympathize as well, because he's been very direct on a lot of stuff he says. Ron, just do you. These dudes are haters and they can't do your job. Well, I'm just trying to understand what he's saying, because it seems like it's a little bit all over the place. And I like to get fair criticism, because typically what happens is when you ask anyone, hey, can you critique me? You always get, oh, man, that shit's, it's great. I like when someone challenges, because it allows me to humble myself. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? If he's legitimate with criticism, that's all I'm saying. Tank don't like none of you? Okay, well, that's fine. I mean, are you like part of his team or something? Like, are you, because if you're just making an assumption, then so be it, my guy. But at the end of the day, if you have something you want me to ask him, I'll be more than welcome to, All right. Why have to say that? Because you don't want to ruin your relationship. If he was the guy, why did he fight Crawford when he was offered a fight instead of waited to be Mando and fight for belts? If he was that guy, why did he fight Crawford when he was offered the fight? You're saying, why didn't Boots fight Crawford? Is what you're saying, Warren? Because I've heard two sides of that story. Obviously the Bud side, right? From my understanding, they offered Boots to fight. They offered Boots a fight for BOK Prime. Now, from what I've heard on the other side, right? On the other side is that they were loyal to Showtime. And prior to Showtime going out, they were kind of working in that direction where we can't leave this. If they were signed to the network, and if they weren't signed to the network, they were trying to make a commitment. You get what I'm saying? Like, they were trying to make a commitment from that. I don't necessarily feel that they're both wrong, but I can understand their strong feelings, especially Bud saying that if you are not signed to the network and I'm offering you a fight, then you had the opportunity to take the fight. And I get that. But you also understand like the business side, the relationships, the certain things like they had to quote bet on themselves. And sometimes it's not as easy to just jump on an unknown network and do something like that. Maybe they didn't believe in themselves. Maybe the money wasn't right. You know what I mean? But for the most part, I understand those two situations. And to become his, I guess, mandatory, he was his mandatory, and they stripped Terrence of the IBF right away. They didn't give Terrence an opportunity to even defend his title because he was locked into a contract rematch clause with Earl Spence. And Bud himself was not going to stay at 147 after the first Spence fight. Crawford offered him to fight 147. He turned down. He said he would wait until he mandored, and it was an excuse to get out of fight Bud because he knew he would lose. And I mean, look, I really don't know the Showtime situation. I do know that if he wasn't obligated, like contractually obligated to Showtime, then yes, by technicality, Boots could have went over there. But you know, that's a big, you know what I mean? Like that shit itself. You have to really believe in yourself. So, I mean, at the end of the day, not everyone's built to do something like that. And if that's that opportunity for Boots to go over there and do that to Bud, he did have it like that. But neither here or there. I just never thought that fight was ever going to happen. You know what I mean? They got no choice but to fight him. How are you saying dummies? Bud was running and throw to. Like, I don't even think the Bud Boots clash at this point doesn't even is necessary at this point, because they don't seem like they're gonna fight at any point. So it seems like Boots is content with the idea of that fight not happening, and Bud is more than content, especially on his side of being able to command the cards, to not come down to 154, you know? So it's a great matchup stylistically, but, you know, it's one of those type of fights where I would love to see, and if they manage to work it out, it is Christmas all over again. It is Christmas all over again, but I'm being very realistic in my expectations, so I just don't get disappointed on it. You know what I mean? And I think what's realistic is Boots getting a fight with his contemporaries, then magically drawing the powers to get Bud. I just don't see it. I don't think Bud is interested. And I think from that point, if the guy who commands the cards is not going to go out that way and it doesn't work in his line, then you won't be able to get it. And if you had an opportunity window hypothetically then and you blew it, you're really not going to get it at all. So, and I do believe that Bud acknowledged that Boots is a good fighter. I'm sure Bud recognizes he's a good fighter. I think he recognizes that he would have to be compensated, and it would have to be on his terms, as just like any other fighter who has been in the A side seat. They're going to take all the opportunities they have and use it in their advantage. If he doesn't want to go out on 154, there's a reason why. Because he feels like maybe that's an advantage for him. He doesn't want to go down and suck down on 154. He's comfortable. And if anything, that's unknown territories for Boots. You know what I mean? Regardless if Boots can make the weight, he literally came in 154 with, I want to say a tune-up, but he's doing essentially what would be the right thing a fighter should do and not jump into a crazy fight. You know what I mean? So him jumping to 160 to fight Bud would also be advantageous, you know, to the situation. So it's one of those things, once again, are you willing to bet on yourself? You know, because the opportunity might be there, but it's definitely going to be in Bud's favor. That's just how boxing always works, because he's the A-side guy. Ron, you're transparent, unbiased, and well-informed in sport boxing. What critique has someone positive? No, people can always have critiques. Like, I'm not above criticism, you know what I mean? Like, I'm more than welcome to get better, because I think 9 times out of 10 when people just tell me, oh, you're doing a great job, it doesn't give me room to grow. And even if it's like hate or, unfair criticism, I think everyone's entitled to their opinion. And if they feel like something about me, I think there's room for me to reflect. Doesn't mean I'm going to do what they say, but if someone has an honest opinion and it's not coming off the fact they just generally don't dislike me, but they don't like what I said or what I did or what I do, then that's okay, because that allows me to reflect. And I think that's really important in this position, because you can get caught up thinking you're the shit or you're doing things overwhelmingly well, because that's how fighters get into that position. Reporters and writers are no different. They're no above it. So I think anything, like when AJ's giving some sort of comments here, as long as it doesn't come from pure hate and it's coming from legitimate, I honestly feel, not trying to be a dick, but honestly feel this, a vibe or these type, then it's open for discussion. I don't have to take the feedback, and AJ could be very genuine, because you can't read anything in text and think you understand the context, right? There could be sarcasm, there could be legitimacy, there could just be, I think it's honest truth. I think he called me what? I think he called me a punk in here. You a punk? It's fine, you know what I mean? But I think for the most part, it's just time to self-reflect. That's all, you know what I mean? Trust me, I think someone telling me what my boxing opinion is, it's not disrespect, because it's a sport. We all have opinions, right? No one's ever going to agree 100%, right? And if I have a job is allowed to get criticized. Bud's an opportunist. I can see what you're saying, because I think what you said, Bud don't go get the belts. He kind of like comes in and fights the guy who kind of did the heavy lifting, or essentially has all of it. See, the thing about the undisputed shit, to me, like on accolades and paper, is great, is amazing, but sometimes it's the opportunity to be undisputed, right? Like we have a clear case with Jaron Ennis right now, right? The likelihood of him being undisputed is very, very slim, because the opportunity for him to fight a guy who has all the belts hasn't been in the position for him. When he got to 147, all the belts were scattered. When he's at 154, he has 4 people that you got to go through the gauntlet. You know what I'm saying? So when you have an opportunity, right? Like Devin had a great opportunity to fight Kambosos, right? He got one piece, boom. When Crawford fought Spence, even though people say he was blocked out from getting those fights, and that's why it happened, regardless, he was able to get Spence, 3 belts, Canelo, 4 belts, and Dongo had 2, he had 2. Really, the undisputed stuff carries weight when it's usually with the fights that matter. And Crawford fighting Spence with or without the belts would have mattered. Him fighting Canelo with or without the belt would have mattered, So sometimes some people have the opportunity to come in and fight for a huge percentage, if not undisputed. It's like Jermaine Taylor when he fought Bernard Hopkins. Many people don't really consider him undisputed because he just fought the guy who had all 4 belts. And they give Bernard more credit because he fought and collected them, But that's not Jermaine Taylor's fault. So I personally, at the end of the day, don't really discredit people who become undisputed or credit. I just kind of call it for what it is. It's belts. Sometimes the belts add value because of the fact that who has the belts. Sometimes the belts have no value because the people who have the belts, and there's a more meaningful fight that can actually, how would I say, like Floyd was never undisputed. And because he was never undisputed, it doesn't take away from his greatness. Pacquiao was never undisputed. That doesn't take away from his greatness. So I think when you're able to get a body of work and the resume has a lot of talented fighters and Hall of Fame fighters and everything, then that can outdo the undisputed. And then you can look at a time where it's like, well, he's cleaning out the division. He's fighting all the guys. He's collecting one by one. He's really that guy. He's legitimately going through each division and he's clearing it out, not by collecting the belts, but fighting all the best guys. And it happens that he gets all the belts. Then that's another way to determine who he's fighting. But at the end of the day, for the most part, Like I think Coach said, the undisputed shit to me don't do it for me. That could be controlled politically. Exactly. Someone can control the belts, maneuver certain situations, certain fighters move in certain rankings. You take a certain fight at the right time. You have the same promotion company. You have the same managers. You have the same advisors. Something just line up for certain people. So don't take the undisputed stuff too seriously, but also don't discredit it, because at the end of the day, it is something to be proud of. But for the most part, it's really, boxing is a game, and to be able to control the game itself to your advantage is part of the sport. That's why these promoters and advisors and managers, they're like puppeteers. They control how everything runs behind the scenes. So if you're blessed enough to be in that position to get those type of accolades, it's great. But you also sometimes have to give praise to certain people, like the Bud going to Canelo could be seen as an opportunity, an opportunist situation, which I can understand, going up and fighting one, because Canelo had to go back and fight William Skull to get that last piece before facing Bud. And some people say, well, Bud could have fought Skull to make the unification fight happen. But at the end of the day, you still have to give credit for that, because he jumped up when a lot of people wouldn't and thought it was just a cash grab. And maybe some people still feel like it, and he still managed to get the win. But at the end of the day, I don't think no one could really put a negative narrative on Terrence truly, because I think Terrence at this point in his career has proved enough, even if it's at the tail end of his career, that he's worthy of an all-time great kind of status to a point. You know what I mean? And sometimes things align well for fighters and sometimes they don't. You can say both for Terrence and align well for him towards the end, but he also fought those fights that people wanted him to see or didn't think he would. And honestly, if he dared enough to fight this young, hungry Jaron Ennis at the tail end of his career and fought him, there really is nothing you can say about this dude Terrence, because he fought his rival, he moved up and fought the name, and then he fought the young guy that's supposed to replace him. That's what people are saying, and kind of left him with a blemish. So when he takes over the sport, kind of like what Floyd did with Canelo, it's kind of like that. So for the most part, you can always flip a narrative and change a narrative for good or bad. There might be truth, and some fans might not want to believe it. They might be in denial. You know what I mean? And AJ say that's soft. I don't think not. Boots just called everyone out. Yeah, he did. He did. The question is, will he actually get those fights? Bud's been fighting since 7 years, bro. Y'all cap. No, false narrative. Boots wants as many easy fights as he can get his money. You really think he wants as many? Damn. Maybe it's just because I give fighters too much benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? I don't think that's the case. Aside from Charlo, who's gonna get Bud paid well aside from Boots? I mean, what do you think the type of purse Bud would get for a Boots fight? I don't really know if that's a true statement. I mean, at this point, who is the money guy for Bud? The question is, how bad do you want the fight? Bud has been underpaid for years. Now he's the man. If Boots wants to see him come up to 160, Bud jumped up to him. Hey, he would have to. Bud needs to get all the belts. Boots don't want to fight because he knows he gets smoked. Boots talks too much shit about Bud when he was never near him. Shook Turkey, who would. You think Boots talks mad shit about Bud? I don't think he talks mad shit about Bud. I just don't think he glazes Bud or admires Bud as a fighter near his weight class who wants to fight him should. You know what I mean? I don't think he should. Like, he gives him his props, but he's not going to kiss his ass. And I don't think he should. You know what I mean? That's not going to get him the fight, but I don't really knock him for not glazing him. But I don't think he talks shit about him. You know what I mean? And if he had a prediction when he thought Canelo was going to beat Bud, I don't really think that's a crazy prediction, because a lot of people thought that. You know, you don't really see that happen. And those clips of him saying that was prior to the Canelo sparring, you know? So I don't think he spoke on it since then. We're going back to days where the greats are going to fight each other in their primes again, hopefully. Boots would have the same look on his face like Canelo looked when he punched his ass to Mars. You tell me Eddie couldn't get Boots a shot at Abbas Air Bruce instead of this bullshit fight. Well, I don't know if that guy signed to Eddie. I think he was talking about he's going to be eventually a free agent or something like that. And I think that that would probably be a fight if he can't get the Virgil Ortiz fight. I think the Virgil Ortiz fight carries a marketable situation where a win like that will allow him to get more notoriety outside of fighting this guy for a belt. And I do feel like at a point these dudes should be getting belts so that it can raise the stakes. But I think we're kind of past that now. Like, I think we're past the point where Virgil and Jaron need to get a belt to face each other. I think we can get that fight now without a belt. Because really, at the end of the day, like, sometimes belts don't really tell the full story. This Abu's Braro dude, if he has the belt, how did he get the belt? It's because the guy who had the belt left. So how much can we really praise this guy, you know, and say that he's that guy? You know, sometimes hardware is hardware, and we have to look at it that way. And it's used as a marketing tool at times, and it doesn't necessarily talk about who's the best in the division. You know, it's like, you know, I know in many cases when certain fighters choose to let go of belts, or like, I think like the Tank situation, because I think I see Tank here a couple of times. You know, for a very long time, people still felt that Tank was arguably the guy that could beat the guys with the belts, with or without the belt. And people still desire to see Tank fight those guys and thought that Tank would beat those guys because they legitimately thought he is the best guy. So it just proves at a point again that belts don't necessarily sell the fight or determine who's the best. If a fighter doesn't want a belt, a fighter doesn't want a belt. But fighters still want to see that fight. When Lennox Lewis dropped the belt, what is this thing? He said he didn't want, like, let's get into it in this room. It's a weird I don't know what to take that comment for. It's not about being signed, but like I was saying earlier, many people put a lot of emphasis sometimes on belts because at a certain point, certain matchups are certain matchups. People always still wanted to see Tank versus Shakur, belt or no belt, or Tank versus Devin, belt or no belt, you know. And a lot of people favor Tank in that situation. So just like Ohio says belts can be overrated, just give us the best damn fights. We can really, at times, in our humble opinion, determine who we think is the best guy in the division without the belts. You know, those belts are used as a marketing tool more than really determining who's the best fighter. Sometimes you may have the best fighter get a belt or two. Maybe the best fighter can't get an opportunity to fight for a belt. Political reasons block him out. So at the end of the day, we have to use our own judgment to really decide who we think are the best guys in the division. And then they have to clean out that division by fighting those guys. Fighting one guy in the division, I think this goes back to your case, AJ. Fighting one guy to collect undisputed doesn't really necessarily mean you're the best, right? You can get the lineage of the guy that beat the guy, but styles make fights. And because styles make fights, we see triangle theories prove all the time, they don't always work. This guy could beat this guy, but then that guy could beat that guy. And it doesn't really make sense, but except for the fact it does. You have to be able to beat everybody and clean out the division to really be that guy. Until there's really nobody else for people to say, well, you ain't fought him, and you ain't fought him, and you ain't fought him. Ain't nobody left to fight. So, I'm going to play this Bozy reaction real quick.
Yeah, I thought it was going to go at least 2 or 3 rounds. No, because I told Boots not to go out there and play around. Go out there and make a statement. We made the statement.
Yeah, now the pressure on every boxing fan's mind is going to be what name is that?
We wait. You heard what he said in the ring?
Call out everybody.
All right, there you go.
Ideally,
yeah, we don't care. We want whoever got them belts.
Is Virgil Ortiz the fight is signed for next year, or what's past Lubin. That's what he got to get past Lubin.
But there was an agreement already made, supposedly, no?
Hey, but if you don't get past Lubin, what about who we gonna fight him for?
Bozy, is Virgil's style tailor made for Boots?
All those styles are tailor made for Boots.
That's right.
But like I said, y'all didn't see nothing yet, man. You know what I mean? I told him don't go out there and play. Make a statement. He made a statement, like I told him.
He's much better at 154, right?
Yes. Oh yeah. He held
comfortable.
He had 147 for what? 10 years, man. 9, 10 years.
Exactly.
It was about time. He only 28. It's about time to move up.
How was the spawn with Canelo? Was it like that?
Oh yeah. Oh, it was a good spawn. I don't talk about spawn.
Okay. Yeah.
Canelo already told people how it was spawn.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a good spawn. You know what I mean? All right, I gotta go, y'all.
All right, Bozy.
All right, cool. So, let me read a couple more, and I'm gonna get ready to do some social media posts and call it a night. Yeah, Boots definitely called out everyone. Man, you can call the whole world out. What that mean? That man not ready like that. Really, not ready like y'all think he is. He takes steps, bro. And like Dog said, he might has missed his chance with Bud anyway. I mean, he was saying it. That might have been the opportunity. If Boots can get rid of Ramos and Bakram, he can skip Lubin fight and Fedor. I mean, dude, he just needs to get one of those type of fights, man. What's your take on welterweight? Is that what you mean? It's a whole new division of fighters. It's almost like a cluster F because people feel so indifferent about who's the best guy in that division. They all have to face each other. You know, people are saying Mario Barnes is not that great. Norman is fighting Haney. We got to see that. Rolly is there. Some people have mixed feelings about that. It's just a whole new division now. I understand that since Bud beat the face of boxing, which was Canelo, Bud is the new face. Want everyone ring probably at this point. What about Brandon Adams? He beat Boychuk too. I mean, Brandon Adams would be a fun fight for Boots, but I think we're kind of past that point in his career. Like, we need him with a marketable name. If it's not for a title, it needs to be for a marketable name. And I think Virgil is more than that at this point. Even if he didn't win a title, I think he has enough respect amongst boxing fans that if Jaron was able to beat a guy like Virgil, he would get a lot of respect. So, water. GG's. Yeah, that fight ended so quickly. So, I'm going to end the stream with this note. Appreciate everyone rocking, coming in. Coda, AJ, Warren, Cool, Brando, Ordnance, Blunt. I think it's a Brando. Vet, 30. I can't wait to make easy money. Boots beats Virgil inside 8 rounds. More tip if Bud don't retire. Charles should next, if not rematch. JJ. Packer didn't unify in any division. Oh, damn. Too bad for Thurman. Yeah. But yeah, shout out to all you guys. TM. Oh, damn. I didn't even see you coming in. What up, TM? Keyshawn Davis versus Russell 140. That would be fun. He's just making shit. We all want the best for his but you're obviously a Boots hater. The man obviously got talent. Even of course. Oh, you're talking to someone in there. He put pressure on Virgil, exposing the contrast. Yeah, I mean, Coda, I'm sure you got what I was told 2 months ago that Virgil and Boots supposed to happen in springtime next year. So, from my understanding, it was supposed to be in Vegas around springtime. And this was before all this shit came out public. So, that's what I was told. Probably from similar sources that you know. But at the end of the day, I'll summarize it very simple. Jaron Ennis looks like everything that we thought he was against the competition that he's facing. The question is, more than not, can he do it to those guys around his level, but can he get those fights? If it's his fault, their fault, regardless, I think we're beyond the point and we're frustrated with the concept of him facing guys that don't have names like Xander and Fedor and Bakram and Lubin and Virgil and etc., right? So can we please, with a division that has many, many names, but we just need him to face one so that at one point of time we can legitimately go, you know what? Jaron Ennis looked different, and he didn't just look different, but he looked different against a guy who we actually wanted to see him in the ring with. That's it. So tonight has just shown us that, yes, he is ready for 154. Yes, he looks great at the weight. Yes, he does all the great stuff that we watched Jaron Ennis done throughout his career. But no, it's not against someone we want to see. No, it's not going to boost his status. No, it's not going to get fans to get off his back. No, it's really not going to do anything. But it kept him active. It got some money in his pocket. And we'll see. We'll see how this pans out at the end of the day. Congratulations to Jaron Ennis. But at this point, we need to say congratulations, Jaron Ennis, for beating the names that he mentioned in the ring who he wanted to face. So I think 154 is going to suit him well. And I think if one of these guys gets in the ring with Jaron Ennis, I think we will all have a completely different story, a completely different night. We'll all be having fun and celebrating. And I think at that point, we can actually see the true potential of this guy. If it's all hype or if he's the real deal, you know. When would I be back on? I'm going to start going live a lot more. I've been on the road a lot. I've been covering Crawford Canelo, a lot of Crawford celebration, parade, send-off, birthday parties, all the Crawford shit. And so I will be going out to Jake Paul and Tank. I will be going out to Lamont Roach and Pitbull. I'll be going out to a couple fights. So some of the big ones, I was going to go live for Fandor and Sebastian, but that got scrapped. So that kind of killed that. But I'm going to plan on going live a little bit more. It's been exhausted from all this traveling and going to a whole bunch of gyms and doing a whole bunch of interviews. So at this point, just stay locked. You will see the live notifications come. I'll be pretty frequent. And I think for the beginning of next year, if you stay locked, I'm going to have a lot of lives, like a consistent live where I'm going to kind of set a schedule and just be consistent. But I just been traveling and moving around so much. I just haven't really still been able to pinpoint. I don't want to start a live schedule and then not be consistent. So how everything's working is that I just been doing so many interviews and traveling and going to so many gyms. Just hasn't really given me an opportunity to really set out some time. And then once I can build that time, then I can set my, all right, I'll be gone here in X, Y, and Z. So I do need to build that. But I appreciate you, Ohio, for Funk Eater. I will actually be going to see Abdullah Mason sometime, possibly after his fight. Granted, he wins and everything, even if he doesn't. But I predict he wins. So I'll be going out to Cleveland. I'm going to get some Abdullah Mason stuff. I've been locked in with his family for some time. Great kid, tremendous talent. I think he's another guy that has that natural ability like Jaron Ennis does, and he's getting a championship fight at a very young age, and I think he's doing his thing. So, but Ortiz Lubin might go the distance, maybe. I was talking to Warren, but yeah, no, I know you're my guy, Coda. You know you're my guy. I was just kind of addressing that last part, like kind of like you sound like you heard what I heard, but y'all, Warren and Coda, y'all play nice. You know what I mean? And the thing about it is, like, I'm a big Bud guy, as well as a Boots guy, and if AJ's still in here, as like a Tanks guy, as well as a Shakur guy. Like when you cover the sport of boxing, you just naturally end up liking a lot of these guys because you start to understand their narratives, and you start to not fight the narratives for them, but you start to understand why they are, and you can't fault them because it comes from a genuine, honest place when you get to talk to them and really understand them. So he's strong at 154. Yeah, he looked very solid at 154. I think he's going to be better at 154 than 147, to be honest. See, when I covered him, even when he was fighting like Thomas Delorme, he just looked so sunk in, especially with that IBF rehydration shit he had to do. I was in Vegas for Canelo Crawford. Damn, I was there too, man. That shit was crazy. That whole entire stadium was packed. Broner versus Fandor. No, you crazy. Boots needs to step his opponent's list. I agree. And Belt. Zay, is that what you say? Belt to ass? Belt to ass in Lima? All right, y'all. Is he ready to fight Virgil now, or does he need another tune-up? Now. He was ready for the fight before, man. But the things that these guys say in interviews, man, sometimes hurts them. I think he said some stuff, or people have said stuff. I don't know, man. I'm past this point, man. I'm ready for the fight. Who should Najee? You're talking about Najee Lopez fight? Yo, I didn't see the Calvin Henderson fight. What's ironic is I felt Najee was going to beat Calvin Henderson, but I don't have a relationship with Najee yet. But I did see Calvin was fighting him, so I sent him a message like, good luck. You know, because I know he went in the ring with David Morrell, and now he's fighting Najee Lopez. He's essentially like a B fighter fighting all the top talented 168 guys. I didn't get a chance to watch the fight yet because I was in Omaha at that time. So I do need to watch that Pro Box card because I think Emiliano Moreno lost on that card too, and I need to see that kid fight because I was covering him a little bit, and seeing that he lost, I was like, oh shit. So, but I think Najee Lopez is a top 168 guy on the rise. Pro Box is doing a good job with him, and he seems extremely talented. And so by him beating Kelvin Henderson, it's just the right direction, right steps, right opponent, slowly moving up. So, but any guy that's above Calvin Henderson should be good. I know that doesn't really answer your question because I know you're looking for a name, but I need to see that fight before I can really have an opinion. There are two sort of guys in boxing: guys just want to throw money, and guys who want to glorify. Most of these guys just want the money. Facts, yeah, 100%, man. You know, and I got a lot of admiration for a lot of guys, especially Bud. Before I go, I'll say one thing about Bud. When I was covering Bud heavily, right, for about 10 years, everything he says, like people talk about, like media was so negative about Terrence, you know, and I met some of the media guys that spoke about him. So even if they thought, all right, Terrence is a dick, and let's say rightfully so, let's say Terrence did something to them or said something that was dickish, right? I don't know. Everyone has their own stories, and it could be rightfully so. You cannot allow that to affect your judgment and how that fighter fights and who you think is going to win. And there's many times that I've had fighters that I didn't get along with or thought like, damn, that guy was a dick to me. But it hasn't changed my process to think who I think is going to win the fight. So at the end of the day, let's say Terrence was a dick and he wasn't a nice guy. Being a nice guy doesn't mean means it translates to the better fighter. You know what I mean? So you can just remove that part, which a lot of reporters couldn't. I think they had a hard time recognizing his ability to win. And like I said, for the longest time, I've never picked against Terrence. I've wrestled my mind with the Canelo fight, but ultimately I still ended up picking Terrence because he's just that good. Which is colder versus Goofy? Goofy, Fangirl. I don't know. They both sound bad. Appreciate the convo. Until next time, awesome. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming, Ohio. Two men just became best friends. I found them first Netflix. Najee versus Benavidez. I mean, he'll have to go to 170. Wait, is Najee at 175? I thought he was at 160. What do you think about Andre Ward? Is it how worthy or not? Oh, is he Hall of Fame worthy or not? Yeah. I think people misunderstand what Hall of Fame and all-time great is. This will be the last thing I'll talk about, and I'll go. The difference between Hall of Fame and all-time great is that there's a humongous distinction amongst those two. And I think people have all-time great requirements for the Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame is kind of like meeting a threshold that supersedes that 1%. Because like to make it in professional boxing and be that good, you have to be a 1%, right? And to be in the Hall of Fame, you have to be the 1% of that 1%. I think you guys know where I'm going with this now, right? An all-time great has to be the 1% of that 1% of the 1%. It gets harder and harder and harder. And you see how dramatic that sounds? To be the 1% of the 1% of the 1%. Hall of Fame, being a 3-division world champion and defending your title 6 times is Hall of Fame worthy. Defending your titles in one division 12 times is Hall of Fame worthy. Fighting 3 pound for pound fighters and beating them all and going through a gauntlet. Like, there's many things to be in the Hall of Fame. But to be an all-time great, which many times when people see a Hall of Fame ballot and you get discussed, like, oh, he should be a Hall of Famer. Not true. To be an all-time great, you're talking about in someone's lifetime. So if you live to about 100, you're probably going to see about 5 all-time greats. I'll move it up. Maybe like 7 or 8. You see about 7 or 8 all-time greats. Could you imagine if the Hall of Fame only inducted out of your 100 years life 7, 8, 9? I'll move it up higher. 10 all-time greats. All right? Because I feel like there could be more than that, right? But entering the all-time great conversation is so much deeper than a Hall of Fame. You're the Hall of Fame of Hall of Famers. So when people talk about, does this person belong in the Hall of Fame? Andre Ward is for sure a Hall of Famer. No questions asked. It's almost like it's Triple G a Hall of Famer. No questions asked. Is he an all-time great? Hell no. Hell no. Out of my most respectful hell no's I can give, hell no. He's not an all-time great, in my personal opinion. Hall of Famer without a doubt. So Andre Ward is a Hall of Famer. It's not even a debate. Is he an all-time great? He didn't do enough to become an all-time great. Did he have the potential to be all-time great? He was on that way, but he stopped. So we didn't really, you know what I mean? So, but just didn't do what they wanted him to do. He did do. If he did, he would got to a top quicker. Ward is a GOAT. Come on, yeah. I mean, Ward for sure is a Hall of Famer, you know. In many people's eyes, you know, like a GOAT. But he just left a lot on the plate, which can leave a lot to debate. And he's okay with that. Most of us won't live to 100. Don't know anyone who lived to 100. But that's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, all-time great. Sugar Ray Leonard. Floyd Mayweather. You know, Manny Pacquiao. Muhammad Ali. You know what I mean? That's all-time great. And to have a Hall of Fame of guys like that, we would have nobody in it. So, but all right, y'all. Get some water. I'm going to work on some social media stuff. I always appreciate you guys coming in and staying super late. It was an easy, fast night. Thanks, Jaron Ennis, for getting that shit done super quick. And I appreciate you guys rocking with me. And stay tuned on FightHype because we're going to have the post-conference. We got a lot of stuff that's going to be dropping. And, yeah. Thanks, y'all.